Good evening, everybody. It's nice to see chambers full of people at our, I guess, what's effectively our last open session meeting before the summer break, although I suspect we'll have some matters that will need to be addressed during July and August. But thank you very much for being here. It is 6:05 p.m. Sorry for the 5-minute late start. We got tied up in an on-camera meeting. And actually, sorry, I meant to mention this in the break. My little power thing, this is for IT, is for my laptop is missing. I just need a little rounded plug for my laptop power because it's going to go dead in a minute. So not the end of the world. I think it happened when we moved things around with the monitor. Anyway, so I will welcome you all here right now. And I'd like to start with a traditional land acknowledgement. And that is the town of Midland recognizes it's located on land, which is the traditional and treaty territory of the Anishinaabe people, now known as the Chippewa Tri-Council, comprised of Beausoleil First Nation, Rama First Nation, and the Georgina Island First Nation. The territory is within the Pre-Confederation Treaty 5 and Treaty 16 and included within the Williams Treaties of 1923. The town of Midland recognizes it's located on land which is the traditional territory of the Huron-Wendat and an historic homeland of the Métis, and that our town is home to a large and diverse community of Indigenous peoples. I'd also like to deliver the following safety message. Should the fire alarm activate, please exit the room in an orderly fashion and proceed to the evacuation assembly area, which is located in the upper parking lot. You may exit through the main entrance, through the double glass doors you likely came in, make an immediate left and proceed out the front doors, or through the secondary exit right here and behind Councillor Bald. And up the stairs, check the door for heat before opening, and if it's safe, exit onto the second floor, turn right, and you'll proceed out those doors right into the upper parking lot. Now that I've said that, of course, we won't have to do it. Washrooms, on the other hand, are located on the second floor to the left of the seating area, and an elevator is located just outside the main entrance. As Midland has a respectful workplace policy, anyone that exhibits violent or harassing behavior will be asked to leave. And as far as recording of this meeting, council meetings are recorded via Zoom and are posted to the town's YouTube website. The meetings are also broadcast on Rogers TV Midland Channel 53. So with that, we have, I just quickly ask council, are there any declarations of conflict of interest in relation to our open session matters? We have Councillor East online. He's participating remotely or remotely, as it were, somewhere in Georgian Bay. Thank you for joining us. And that's the magic of this. You don't have to miss any of the good business when you're away socializing with family. So motions arising from our closed meeting discussions. This is going to be moved by, we'll go say Council Emeritus. Oh, lovely. Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Prost. That further to the verbal report of the deputy clerk and confidential criteria-based matrix provided at the closed meeting session of council held June 14, 2023, a couple minutes ago, regarding appointments to various committees, council herein confirms the following appointments for a term consistent with the term of council. For the audit committee, I'm happy to welcome Diane Ouimet-Shriver, George Dixon, and Nina Barker. And further, that administration be directed to amend and repost respective committee and boards with available appointments for this term. And we still do have numerous vacancies in our active transportation / seniors, our new youth advisory committee. I'm just going to shout that out there right now. So there's lots of openings for folks that would like to help participate in local governance, especially our youth. That part's not in the motion, council, but based on everything I said before that, all those in favor? And that is carried. Welcome. And secondly, this one's moved by Councillor Ball, seconded by Councillor East, that council receive as information the verbal update provided by the acting director of planning, building and bylaw and town solicitor at the closed meeting session of council held June 14, 2023, with respects to the OLT appeal, Midland Bay Estates subdivision MDT 001 draft minutes of settlement. And the council waived the town's procedure bylaw 2022-2, section 9.2E, and direct staff to immediately bring forward a staff report at this meeting, June 14, 2023, regular agenda regarding Midland Bay Estates subdivision. Council, we've had a discussion in camera. All those in favor? And that is carried. All right, and ask and you shall receive. Here we go. Moved by Councillor McDonald, seconded by Councillor Prost, that the contents of the regular council with closed session agenda for June 14, 2023 be approved as amended. Add the following item under section 17, reports and other items withdrawn from consent agenda for council's consideration, which includes presentations by consultants regarding a report under consideration. And we are adding 17.4 CSR 2023-43, a request for draft plan extension, Midland Bay Estates subdivision MDT 001, 251, 311, and 353 Fuller Avenue. And we are going to remove the following bylaw under section 23 bylaws. 23.1 bylaw 2023-39, a bylaw to amend zoning bylaw 2004-90 as amended for the removal of the holding H symbol at 16621 Highway 12. So those are the additions and the removal. Any questions around that, council? All those in favor? And that is carried. I just once again a reminder, Councillor East, if you could use your little yellow hand if you have a question about anything, you'll jump out on the screen so I don't miss you. Thank you very much. All right, next I have a motion moved by Councillor Meredith, seconded by Councillor Ball, that the items and related recommendations contained within the June 14th, 2023 consent agenda, which is significant, as consent items having been considered by council be adopted with the exception of the following three reports which have been pulled. Item 10.4.10 CSR 2023-55 sled head for kids. Item 10.4.11 CSR 2023-56 the sale of 526 Bay Street. And item 10.4.12 CSR 2023-57 the sale of 415 William Street, which will be considered under section 17 reports and other items withdrawn from consent agenda for council's consideration, including presentations by consultants regarding a report under consideration. Now is the time for discussion on any matters that weren't pulled that you have a question or would like to make a comment about on this rather lengthy consent agenda. I'll open the floor to council. Councillor McDonald, you kick things off.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just in regards to the minutes of our meetings and in the general announcements, it just says that there was general announcements made. And I'm requesting we consider just very briefly summarizing what they are. If you go back to I went back to the last meeting to say, oh, did I already mention this? I was directed to watch the video. And I thought maybe it should just be included in the minutes. Something for consideration in future minute taking.
Thanks. So we'd have to make an amendment to our procedure policy to make that happen. And we will be doing sort of a wholesale review of our procedure policy at some point this term. I would argue sooner than later, because there's probably some changes I'd like to make. But for now, I think the only advice that really rings true is to go back and watch YouTube and listen to the announcements. Because they aren't recorded in any other way. It's just, I think as I was privy to the same response that it's just short note taking on the minutes.
Thank you. I'll bring it up when we review. And I have no internet.
We're having a little internet outage. Yes, you have dropped off. All right, well, we'll work to get you connected again. Do we want to pause for that or let the show go on? Mr. Campbell?
We still have quorum here in person and we do have the one camera that is showing all of council, so there is no need to pause.
Perfect. And your mic will still work. So because there's one master feed that gets fed into the overall stream. Okay, so I'm refusing to believe that's all that we have comments on for that lengthy consent agenda. Does anyone else have any comments or questions about the consent agenda? It's a beast. That's why I'm refusing to believe there aren't any. Councillor Meredith, when you're ready.
Can you, sorry, Mayor Gordon, can you repeat what was actually pulled from the agenda?
Certainly, the three reports are the sled heads for kids. I'll save you all the CSR numbers. The sale of the parking lot, 526 Bay Street, and the sale of the wood lot, 415 William Street.
Okay, so to get into the, so are we talking about, I'm just a little bit, I was assuming that we're like for under like 10.4, all reports, are we discussing them now, or are we going to go through them one by one, or is this is this the time to discuss them?
If you have questions about them,
Yeah.
this would be the time. None of them being pulled, meaning there's no individual
Okay.
vote on each of them. But if you're looking for clarification
Right.
beyond whatever you did ahead of the meeting, this is the time for some Q&A on it.
Gotcha. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So in the, through you, Mayor Gordon, to our CFO under 10.42 financial reports. I would like to, when we're looking at the breakdowns of this, of departments, through, I guess, parking, revenues, bylaw infractions and so forth. I know in the past it's been all clumped into one pool where we couldn't actually decipher where the income was coming from. If we, for instance, the new revenue stream for boat launch would be intertwined with other departments of revenues. So for us to get a clear picture going forward, and I think I spoke with you in the past about this, that we don't have an area where we can concentrate on that area where we could increase, whether it needs more patrol, whether we're getting benefits from it, whether we're it's not feasible for charging because we're not being on top of things, versus, and downtown parking could be separated, harbor kind of area separated. So these are the kind of things in the financial reports for us to get a clear picture of where the revenues are coming, where there needs to be more enforcement if we're going to continue revenues. If we're going to charge for specific things like boat launch, I think we need to get serious about it. I've had some complaints about people don't mind paying, but when they're actually paying and then there's people in front of them that aren't paying, and they have to wait to launch their boat, for instance, that's when it becomes an issue. And I get it, because they should have first right. And if we're not monitoring that area 100% of the time, then why should we charge? So I have an issue with that. So if we can get to the, I guess, the dollars and cents of it, whether we have to man someone there, build a little hut in the future, and you know, have someone there full time, if that's feasible. And with those reports and that type of information, it can give council a good idea on whether voting for that or recommending that. And our downtown areas as well, to get a good idea of our parking revenues. So I did get a few numbers, but I think downtown area, whether it's our revenue shouldn't be combined with everything else. So it needs to be more separated to give us a clear picture of how we're going to do business in the revenue streams of the town of Midland. So that would be my one thing in the financial reports, the breakdowns. Right now, moving forward with one investment, we did have a meeting about that, and I did notice in the general bank account, there's a recommendation to move into a GIC. So with the one investment, which I think that we need to be looking a little bit more closely at in increasing our revenue through, I believe it was the bonds and not the interest account, but it's the The high interest account is doing well, obviously. There's no risk there, but the other account is lagging. And I think we need to, if the town is recommending, which I think is good, to put some funds in the general bank account into a GIC where there's guaranteed income, we may want to look into the other accounts for a short period of time to capitalize on that as well, especially when the markets are so volatile right now. And I did express my concern about that in a previous meeting. So so that was on 10.42. And then can we keep on going? The 10.41 animal control bylaw that was there. So I think the staff recommendation was to leave it as two. I'm in favor of that. I don't think if there is that option, if a person wants to increase their animal limit to 3, possibly more, they can apply to the town bylaw. So it was pulled. So other than that, my main concern was obviously the financial reports and the more detailed reporting to come. So I'm hoping with in the future, closer to budget time, we can have more condensed reports to help us along the way.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Councillor Emeritus. Just on that, so the new reporting format that you see in tonight's agenda, it's a consolidation of the reports that you received at budget time. And so I do feel that the way it's being presented now will be more useful for when we do get to budget. You mentioned the enforcement of the boat launch. And so that really would be a conversation that we would have at budget, right? Whether we would have a full-time dedicated staff doing that type of work, right? Because that's not the current level of service we have right now, right? And so certainly as the year goes on too, you will see more explanation in the report as far as where we're at, as opposed to overages and underage. As of April 30th, to be honest, there's not a lot of activity, especially with related to the boat launch and parking enforcement, right? We hadn't yet hit our busy season. And so staff are planning on a September update, which would kind of give you a snapshot to the end of July. That I think you'll get a little more information that you're looking at for. And so as the year progresses, you'll get more and more. My intent, however, is not to necessarily dive into the detail on a line by line, but again, the explanation would explain, hey, we think that we're going to have a budget problem here, which is really the intent of these reports. Again, at budget time is when we kind of go over the service level and, whether the budget needs to be increased, decreased kind of thing. So hopefully that answers some of your concerns.
Yes, thank you. And that's what I'm kind of alluding to as we approach budget, and it'll come pretty quick. I don't want to be last minute with these, have last minute reports where we didn't configure those figures in a detailed manner where the boat launch revenues, like we said, the revenues that come in that area will be spent in that area, and we committed to that. We don't want that dollar amount to be used elsewhere. So the voters that have signed up for that and agree with that, that's where they want to see the money spent, and that's what council did agree on at that time. So and when we're talking about parking revenues, that's just a whole when we're talking about parking revenues, and there are issues with parking still. So we want to make sure how much revenue is in the downtown core versus the harbor front, and then those dollars allocated to fixing some issues that we have possibly with programming and so forth in machines. So Honestly, obviously, getting the true cost of what our revenues are for parking, since it's been such an issue. But hopefully we'll get those issues ironed out, this year, and coming into budget, because we do, I was at the harbor for, about 20 minutes, and I helped 3 people use the machines. So there are still some issues with that we need to iron out. So it would be nice to know what our revenues are in those specific areas. And hopefully we're a little bit lenient at the town office when people come in and complain about their parking tickets. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bull.
Thank you. I just wanted to speak to 10.4.1, the animal control. I know that you had a third option on here that said that the third dog would be allowed if all, I guess, the dogs in the house were spayed or neutered. I thought that was kind of worth having council's consideration for, especially for in terms of having a lengthy process of applying for more. If people are looking just to foster dogs temporarily, that allows that option to be able to be had with just upping it to 3 dogs and having them spayed or neutered. I think there was a large pushback about that, and that was one of the main reasons why not to increase it. So I think that we should probably just look at that at least and have a discussion surrounding it.
Anyone else with comments? Councillor East, anything? Okay, I've got a quick one. I just wanted to call out the 10.4.7, the community grant program for 2023. I just want to thank all of the many applicants that we had to the grant program for this time, as well as the diligent work from our councillors who participate on that committee. It's really difficult to go from like $120,000 worth of total ask to try and whittle it down to the 40,000 we have set aside in that account. So I just wanted to call out and congratulate the Midland Civitan Club this time around, the Georgian Bay Métis Council, Salvation Army, Georgian Bay Food Network, the We Are the Villagers group, CLH Foundation, United Way of Simcoe Muskoka, who I met outside today for the flag raising for Yimby, Georgian Bay Musical Services, Sistema Huronia Music Academy, the Georgian Shores Concert Band, as well as Huronia Community Foundation and Warm and Cozy Children's Charity. I'm so glad they made the cut. I wasn't on the committee this year, but oh my goodness, they asked for Warm and Cozy from Phyllis, God love her. And Brookside Music Association for some in-kind work. So, which does have financial costs, but doesn't draw it right out of the bank account. So just once again, congratulations to the folks that made it through that. And a hearty thank you to the councillors that went through the agonizing tasks that I'm well aware of, because I did it all last term, of trying to make people fit into the matrix and spend every penny of this $40,000. So good for you. There are a couple of letters that correspondence for consideration. These things don't really get pulled. They're just on our agenda for those who would like to follow along. But I would encourage you to have a look at these, at least one of the letters, because it's a recognition of Kevin James Labrie, our local sort of rock legend here, for those who know him as Kevin. And there's quite a nice letter in here looking for an opportunity to maybe recognize one of our hometown heroes that largely goes unnoticed, I think, in Midland. So without reading out to the letter, I just would encourage folks to have a look at it. There isn't a motion or an ask associated with it, but it is awfully nice to see this correspondence like this coming into council. So you'll find these in our agendas, and our council has read these and perhaps even made inquiries about them. So, Councillor Meredith.
One other, also on that, following you up on the fundraiser for hospice, Sandy and Friends, Sandy Mason. That is a great, I think it's July 15th. I've participated in every year. Unfortunately, this year I won't be able to. I'll be at a family wedding. But if you do want to have a great afternoon, it's a great afternoon of lawn bowling with the Mr. Bernd Mason and his 2 boys put on this fundraiser for hospice, and they've done quite well over the years, and it's a very, very excellent time. If you haven't, don't know the sport of lawn bowling, you think it's pretty boring, but it's actually quite fun. So if anybody would like to join, that day festivities, please do. You won't be disappointed. Also, 10.48, I did get some clarification on that on block 23. That's the infamous block 27, which is renamed to block 23, which I did not know. I did inquire before this meeting started, and so I'm glad to see that is going to be signed off. Thank you.
Yeah, that is good news all around it. There was an article in the local paper about showing the progress that our growth department has made in working with Caitlin to move this matter forward. And I really do look forward to the photo op of these fine folks getting keys to their homes. And you can see construction is well underway in phase 2. So this won't be the last to hear about it. It's a big, big project with other parts that we haven't talked about yet. But anyway, it's nice to see the growth happening in Midland. And I truly applaud the efforts of our planning and engineering and development team, AK Growth Department, at moving these files forward that just lingered for far too long. So again, bravo. Okay, so this was a really big consent agenda. And folks, this is just where council has the opportunity to pull reports they want to perhaps take exception with or would like to modify. And those are the 3 we've identified that are pulled. The rest we've kind of spoken around in 2 right now. So with that, council, did you have anything, Deputy Mayor? Okay, with that, we've had our discussion around that, so I'll be calling the question to adopt the consent agenda. Everybody technically good to go? All right, all those in favor? Any opposed? All right, that is carried. All right, I moved by Councillor Pro, seconded by Councillor McDonald, that council resolve into the committee of the whole. All those in favor? And that is carried. Take it away, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. First of all, I'd like to say good evening to council, staff, and also for the people in the audience, welcome. And also for those listening out there, whether you're a Rogers fan or whatever, welcome. This evening, Committee of the Whole, we have a fairly lengthy agenda. Session. We're going to begin with 2 public meeting sessions. We're going to hold the first one. Then we'll go through different aspects of the agenda. So I'd like to begin by opening up the public meeting. And I'm just going to read just the formalities to this. I would like to call the public meeting to order. This public meeting is being held under section 7.6 of the Building Code Act to consider and amend to the town's building permit fees. The purpose of this public meeting is to hear from residents regarding the changes proposed. Materials related to the amendment to the building permit fees were made available on the town's website on May 24th. This is your opportunity to speak, and council encourages you to do so. I will now ask the town's chief building official, Mike Campitelli, to provide a brief introduction and to introduce the town's consultant, Sean Michael Stephen from Watson's and Associates. And I'll pass the mic over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to give everybody some background information about our building permit fees. The current residential fees have been in place since 2021. Current non-residential fees have not been raised since 2018. And we thought it was time to review the fees and looked for help from an outside consultant. We retained Watson and Associate Economists Limited in 2022 to review the fees for planning, building, and engineering. The building portion of the review was first to be completed, and we have Sean Michael Stephen from Watson's here to give a presentation. I'll now pass it to Sean Michael to go over their analysis and recommendations.
Thank you, Mike, and good evening, members of council. So next slide, please. So as was mentioned, our firm was retained to undertake the building permit fee review as part of the larger development application fee review for the town. And the purpose of the fee review in terms of the objectives are to ultimately make fee recommendations to recover the full cost of service, while also making sure that we are having regard for the governing legislation, being the Building Code Act, to impose building permit fees, as well as the sustainability of the building permit reserve fund and the affordability and competitiveness of the fees as well. And so in order to design the fees to recover those costs, one of the first chief objectives is to first understand what the full costs of administering and enforcing the building code are. And so to do that, we did employ an activity-based costing methodology to look at what the full cost of service is. So this presentation will cover those components of the review in terms of that full cost assessment, the fee recommendations, and firstly, the governing legislation as well. Next slide, please. So in terms of the legislative authority to impose fees, under the Building Code Act, municipalities are allowed to pass a bylaw requiring the payment of fees for the application and issuance of building permits. As I alluded to, those fees in totality cannot exceed the reasonable anticipated cost of administering and enforcing the act, and that includes direct and indirect costs. And what the Act also allows for is the creation of Building Code Act reserve funds as well to provide for the sustainability of service delivery. And we'll talk about that in a bit more detail in terms of how that factors into the fee recommendations. And in going through the fee review, what we looked at on next slide, please, is that in addition to just assessing what the annual costs of service are at the overall code level, is we also looked at in detail at the different types of building permit reviews that staff would undertake. So whether that be residential versus non-residential permits, and even within non-residential, looking at commercial versus industrial versus institutional, for example, and as well looking at the types of permits within those different development types in terms of new construction permits for new dwellings or new non-residential construction, as well as alterations and additions and a variety of other miscellaneous permit types that the town would receive. In looking at those different permit types, we spent a fair amount of time with staff going through was what is the actual process that staff would receive through from pre-consultation all the way through to the issuance of a permit. Who is involved in that process, how much time would staff typically spend on an individual permit basis. And then based on the average permit activity that the town would see, what does that translate into in terms of the annual involvement of staff and therefore the annual cost of that process? And so as shown here on the screen, the total annual cost of administration and enforcement of the building code within the town is $492,000. Those costs exclude some other associated costs of the town related to planning, engineering, and fire prevention staff. That is part of that permit review process, but the town does have other fees in place to recover those costs. So these are the costs of just the building in terms of the direct costs here. So we see direct labor costs of about 58% of the total, or $284,000, and other direct costs of about $131,000 or 26%. That roughly, 84% of the total cost. That is related just to the building department itself. And then in addition to those direct costs of service, we've also included other indirect and capital costs that are required for the building department to function, including areas like HR, IT, and finance being three of the most notable areas that make up that $78,000 in other indirect and capital costs that are required to support the building department in their review of permits. And then also to note that, again, when looking at these costs, these are just the costs required to administer and enforce the code within Midland. It does not account for any of the costs of the building permit that would be related to service provided in the town of Pettatanguishene. Next slide, please. So then in terms of designing fees to recover those costs of service, what first we want to make sure we're doing again is design those fees to recover the reasonable cost of administering and enforcing the code. Also making sure that we're looking at the competitiveness of the fees with neighboring municipalities, as well as the affordability of those fees as well. And so when we speak to affordability, largely what we're looking at here is that market competitiveness of those fees, and specifically around minor residential and minor non-residential permits, wanting to make sure that those fees are not set at a level that would dissuade compliance with the building permit process and therefore increase enforcement activities within the town, wanting to make sure that those fees are set at a level to contribute to cost recovery, but not providing an obstruction to individuals actually complying with that permit process. And then in addition to just recovering those anticipated costs on an annual basis, what we also want to make sure we're doing is designing those fees so that they're providing for contributions to the reserve fund, so that reserve fund can be maintained at a level that will ensure a sustainable delivery of service. And so the general rationale around setting a reserve fund accumulation policy or target reserve fund balance is to look at the fact that building activity does change often on a cyclical basis. During economic downturns, when building permit activity decreases, the town still needs to have the ability to fund their costs of the building department staff and the cost of that review, because there is a tight labor market. The town and municipalities in general don't have the ability to hire and fire staff as building permit activity changes. So when building permit activity decreases and revenues, building permit revenues are not there to fund those staff, a reserve fund does need to be in place to fund those staff so that they are there to provide that service and maintain the required permit turnaround times when building permit activity does return. And so currently the town, or prior to this review, did not have a specific policy around accumulation of reserve funds for building permit review. And so what we've worked through with the town and looking at historical trends in building permit activity within the town, as well as across the province more broadly, is to set a target reserve fund balance in terms of a multiple of annual direct costs. And so the recommendation is that the town should move towards accumulating 2 times annual direct costs in the reserve fund. We've looked at this over a 5-year period in terms of the forecast building permit activity and costs and revenues and how that would impact the forecast reserve fund balance, and look to design those fees based on these factors I've identified here, as well as starting to move towards that 2 times reserve fund multiple so that there is a sustainable funding source for the service. Next slide, please. So what we first looked at on the top, the first graph on the screen is to first assess, are the current fees reasonable to fund anticipated costs of service and provide for those contributions to the reserve fund. And so in the hashed black line, we have the forecast building permit review expenses over the period of 2027. And in the blue line, we have the anticipated revenues over that forecast period as well. And so as you can see in 2023, based on the anticipated building permit activity that staff expects to see this year, is that there will be draws from the reserve fund required to fund the service in 2023 of just over $214,000. And then over the remaining years of the forecast period of 2027, expenses would continue to exceed revenues over that period, and there would continue to be downward pressure on the reserve fund as there would be draws annually over that period. And then so what we looked at then was how should those fees be augmented so that we are starting to recover those costs and make contributions towards that reserve fund for that sustainable delivery of service. And so as you can see in the bottom graph with the recommended fees and those fees being increased 3% annually over the forecast period, we see a slightly smaller draw in 2023, assuming mid-year implementation of the new fees. So we have an additional $50,000 in revenue anticipated in 2023. And the remaining years of the forecast period, as you can see by the green shaded area of the graph, that revenues would exceed expenses over that period, providing for contributions to the reserve fund. And so on the following slide, we've illustrated what that means in terms of the forecast reserve fund balance. On the next slide, please, where we can see on the dark blue line, the target reserve fund balance at 2 times annual direct cost. We can see that would be $841,000 in 2022, increasing to about $1.1 million by 2027, being 2 times annual direct cost at that period. And then the bottom 2 lines, you can see that currently the reserve fund balance is about 1 times annual direct cost, so about halfway to that target multiple. Then the orange line, as we saw on the previous slide, with those draws from the reserve fund being anticipated each year over the forecast period, that reserve fund balance would decrease over that period to 0.4 times, or just over $200,000 by 2027. So continue to erode the sustainable delivery of service. But with the recommended fees, we can see that there would, with those contributions to the reserve fund beginning in 2023, that there would be that reserve fund would begin to grow and would start to move towards that 2 times reserve fund multiple. Not quite achieving it in 2027, more work would be required in future years, but putting the town in a fairly healthy position in terms of moving towards that target. Slide, please. So just to highlight some of the main components of the fee recommendations on the next slide, please. The fee recommendations in all cases remain below the comparator municipalities in the surrounding geographic area. The fees for new residential dwellings, including additional residential units, are recommended to increase by 29%. Non-residential fees, depending on the type of non-residential development, are recommended to increase between 15 to 30%. When looking at fees for zoning certificates, those have been disaggregated so that there would be a lower fee of $50 for minor permits where zoning certificates are required. It would be $100 for new residential dwellings and additions, as well as larger accessory buildings of greater than 200 square meters. For other minor residential permits, so accessory structures, decks, alterations, for example, there would be no changes to the fees that are currently in place, other than there would be an increase in the minimum fee from $115 to $125 for all permits. And then lastly, for permits have not been closed, there is an annual file maintenance fee that would be charged at the top range of the fees in the surrounding area of $200. Next slide, please. So then what we've illustrated here for you is that in comparison to those surrounding municipalities, what that fee would be in terms of where it is currently, as illustrated in the yellow shaded portion of the bar graph, as well as what that total fee would be with the recommended fees. And so for a 200 square meter single detached dwelling, we can see currently the town's fees are at the lower end of that comparison. And with the 29% increase, that would add about $726 to that permit fee, moving the town to the mid-range of that comparison between Barrie and Essa. When looking at a smaller townhouse dwelling unit, again, current fees at the bottom end of that comparison, the 29% increase would add just under $550 to the permit fee, moving that fee towards the lower mid-range of the comparison, again, between Barrie and Essa. And then looking at 2 other residential permit types, first the 100 square meter secondary dwelling unit, so just over almost 1,100 square feet. The recommended fee would add about 26% to that fee, or about $192 to that permit fee, remaining relatively consistent with those fees imposed in Tay and Barrie, lower than those in Tiny and Clearview. And then lastly, for residential accessory structures, there would be about a 14% increase in that fee, and that just being driven by the increase in the minimum permit fee that we identified earlier. And so still being lower than the fee imposed for in other municipalities that were surveyed. Next slide, please. And then lastly, just to put in context what that increase in the permit fee for a new residential dwelling unit means in terms of the broader context of total development fees that are payable in the town. We've looked at what the impact is of the change in building permit fees on the total municipal development fees that would be payable, including planning application fees and development charges for a 100-unit residential subdivision. And so while we saw on the previous slide a $726 increase in that permit fee, was about a 29% increase in the building permit fee. We put that in the context of the total fees payable, including development charges and planning applications. We can see on this illustration that in the dark blue section that development charges represent the vast majority of those development fees that are payable. And so that $726 increase in that building permit fee represents only about a 1.7% increase in those total fees payable. And that position of the town relative to the other neighboring municipalities would remain unchanged, not changing the overall competitiveness of the cost of municipal development in the town in comparison to the other neighboring municipalities. Next slide, please. So in terms of next steps, the report that's attached as part of this agenda that does include further detail on the underlying process and costs and recommended fees. Council has the opportunity to now receive input from the public on the proposed building permit fees before the bylaw is brought forward to you for adoption and implementation. So that does conclude my prepared presentation. I am available if there are any questions on the matter.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens, for your presentation. A lot to absorb and basically trying to be more efficient and effective in how we do business. I'm going to now open the meeting for comments, clarification to the public. If there's anybody from the audience to come to the mic, please do so and state your name and address. Do we have anybody from the audience? Do we have anybody from the audience? Ask one more time. Do we have anybody from the audience? No. Seeing none. I do have a motion for this. Mr. Stevens, thanks very much. There is no comments from the public, but I'm sure that there may be some written material coming in and we'll address those once they arrive. Excuse me. Okay. Do we have any, I was going to ask, do we have any questions from councilors just for clarifications or comments? Councilor McDonald, you have
Councilor Meredith, actually.
sorry, Councilor Meredith, I saw two hands going there.
Thank you. Thank you for the report. It was quite extensive and detailed. The one question I did have is the 29% increase. It seems like a large increase when you look at the number 29%. Only, as you said in the last slide, it only represents about 1.7% of the whole fee. But I'm just wondering how we got to this point where there was such a dramatic increase. We said we haven't reviewed this since 2018, and how we got to the fact of the 29% increase, where we can possibly incremented this over the past 3 or 4 years in increments. So it doesn't seem like it's in relatively it's small, but it's still $726 to a fee accumulated with all the other fees, which I had a brief discussion with our planner that to build a house now, you're probably looking, before you even get a shovel in the ground, between $40,000 and around $40,000. So just a comment on why we took so long to catch up, and I think it's good business to catch up and obviously look at these gaps, and this was a big gap. And the other question I would have to I guess our CFO is, if we're creating a reserve fund, this would be another reserve to our many reserves to basically provide us insurance in the long run. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm not quite sure whether there's two questions there, but I'll get the CFO to comment.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, through you to Councillor Emeritus. Just on the reserve fund, so it's not in addition to the 74 we already have. This is the fund that we currently use. This is legislated. Building, it needs to be self-sustaining, right? And so any overage, underage goes through that reserve. And so, to answer your first question, why now? For example, in our 2023 budget, we are drawing $245,000 from that reserve because our permit revenues don't equal our expenses. Next year, we're projecting a similar draw. And then from then on, we see that growth projection really sort of taking off. And so the numbers presented to you tonight really only happen if that growth materializes. And so if we don't see that growth, then either we continue to draw from that reserve or we start to sort of flatten out. We don't get to that target 2 times, that industry target that we're trying to get to, that it looks like we might reach by maybe year 7 based on Sean Michael's projections. So time is of the essence. This is why it's in front of you tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, our CFO. Are there any further comments, questions? Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I was questioning the reserve fund, but I just want to comment that I am comfortable with putting Midland in the mid-range bracket and becoming more efficient with providing our building fees in regards to our building fees bylaw. And we seem to have a safeguard there where the increments increase won't have to be so drastic in the future. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, I do have Councillor Jamie Lee Ball.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, I guess, what considerations we had when justifying our fees for, say, a place above Barrie. I think that I agree. We need to raise our fees. We don't want to be in a deficit. Has anything also been done to, I guess, see the efficiencies of other departments in other cities and towns to see if we can match that efficiency here to lower our costs in general, so our fees don't have to raise by 29%?
Thank you, Councillor Ball. I'll ask our CFO to respond.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, through you to Councillor Ball. Our fees are still below Barrie, I believe, and I'll ask Sean Michael to confirm that based on the graph. I think they were just below Barrie and several other local municipalities, but and I actually will refer to Sean Michael to answer a little bit more about the work that he did on the comparative side. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so in terms of the fees for new residential dwellings, they are just below those in Barrie, all very close to those fees. I guess in terms of the question of does the efficiency of the delivery of service compared to other municipalities. So in terms of a review of the process that's undertaken by the town itself, that was somewhat outside of the scope of this in terms of, is that the most efficient process? However, what I can comment on is that in going through the process with staff of looking at how much time should they be spending, that they've estimated they should be spending on the different types of permit review, we were able to compare that to how much time other building departments that we've worked with in similar size jurisdictions spend on those same types of permits. And when looking at those estimates, the town is very much in line with the level of effort we've seen in other municipalities for similar types of permit review that have similar similar building profiles and department structures.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. Are there any further questions? Yes, your worship.
Thanks. Maybe it'd be a good time, because this can be a little ambiguous for people, but maybe you could explain what exactly we do for the development charges we collect, that it's, it's not just a tax. The principle is growth needs to pay for growth. And just before I get you to answer that, the key is, of course, this council, no matter how progressive we are and how much go growth I am, we don't make the developer pull a building permit, right? Market conditions do that when they believe they're ready to put the homes, shovels in the ground, and they believe they can get it done in a certain time for a certain cost, and then get it on the market to sell. That's what drives that. Our job is to get it up to that point where we've done all the other approvals, and now we're largely at the mercy of the developers to actually do the growth that we're hoping for. So, when you look at an average new home development charge of whatever it is, 40 grand or something, where do we spend that money? I think it'd be a good question to answer for the public and for council, where that money goes and why the fees need to be like that and not $400.
Thank you, worship. I will ask our acting CAO to respond to that.
Through you, Deputy. First of all, this discussion today is on the building permit fees, not development charges. So development charges, we will be starting that process for our development charge review later this year.
Sorry, I misspoke. I meant building permit fees. I was thinking development charges and talking about something else, but I meant
Okay.
building permit fees. If you could just explain where that cost recovery comes from. Sorry to conflate the two.
Right. So I'll turn it over to Mike to talk about the typical inspection process that they do on an average house.
Yeah, for the house building permit fees, the cost basically goes through the work we do. Plans review that would take half a day to a day per house, typically, depending on the size of the house, or if it's basically just based on the size. Based on inspections, there's probably 10 or 11 inspections we would have to go to site to do for a house. Framing, plumbing, insulation, footings, foundation. There's a lot of separate trips we've got to make for each individual house. As far as what the fees go towards, like I think Shawn Michael's chart at the beginning showed, we have indirect cost, direct cost. We got to pay the staff, pay for vehicles, other departments in the town. So that's kind of where the cost gets broken down to. Yeah.
Fair enough. So the idea is it's at bare minimum cost recovery. So we're not in the hole, doing this. And the idea now is to actually try and slowly build a reserve for the things we can't control, because we can't control the timing and cadence of when these things happen. And we still have to go and do our inspections, and the show must go on. So that's the intent of adding padding, if we will, a little bit to the fee. So we have some money to put away for the rainy day and build that reserve. Is that an accurate depiction of what we're trying to do here by this adjustment?
Yep. Exactly. Yep.
Yeah, maybe I can just elaborate a little bit. The building department basically is labor. That, we have inspectors that review drawings. They have to go out to site, inspect the work, write reports, chase the builders to make sure they're following the building code. And when we're staffed up for, a normal or average amount of homes and other, decks and pool inspections that we have in town. And as we saw during COVID, as an example, the building, the rate of new buildings decreased. Reserve funds are used during times like that when the number of houses and inspections goes down, so that we don't have to immediately lay off staff, because the building inspectors are very qualified, they're very educated, knowing the building code. And if we were, if the building boom went bust for 6 months and we laid off our building inspectors, and then 6 months later it picked up again and we didn't have the staff, we would be in a problem. And that's why the building code, suggests and requires to some extent that municipalities have a reserve fund in place, so that you don't lose that skill and ability every time there's a boom and bust cycle in the building department. So right now, our reserve is not at the size it is. The CFO mentioned we're drawing about $250,000 a year out of it. So even though in the our statistics right now is there's not a lot of new house construction going on right now, but as you know, and you've seen some of the planning processes being approved right now, we're about to have a boom, I'll say, with new housing, or we hope we do. And, part of this drawing down reserves through COVID and through the bad times is so that we don't lose our qualified experts on building. So it's kind of a bit of a hard concept. So if it was, a labor cutting grass, you can get rid of one in the wintertime because grass doesn't grow and they're easy to hire back the next year. Building officials are, as with other technical finance staff, planning staff, and engineers, they're not easy to get back on a moment's notice. So the purpose of the reserve is to give us the ability to keep those staff. And it's not that they sit around and do nothing. When those bus times comes, there's certainly other work that they do in the municipality.
Thank you, Mr. CAO. I have a follow-up with the mayor.
Thanks, I appreciate that. That's a nice, clear way, easy to consume, I think, for people to follow along, and also for council to understand that this is the cost of doing business and we need to watch for that boom bust phase. One thing I wanted to call out though, with concerns about synergies and ways that we can, or how can we be more efficient than places like Barrie. I just wanted to remind everybody that we share a chief building official with Penetanguishene. So this is something that's rather a unique animal. We're actually sharing these services with our neighbor because the qualifications are the same. So right there, I mean, I wouldn't call it a 50-50 split probably, but and that's something that we're renegotiating right now as well. But there's a partnership where we've looked to recover costs in a service delivery, in the sense that Penetanguishene is our partner and our neighbor, but also our customer in consuming this service. And so there's something unique, Councillor Ball, that we do that I think really helps towards containing the costs and recovering the costs. And Mr. Campbell knows this better than I, because I believe he's involved in negotiations.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to move this on regarding but the acting CAO, do you have a response to this?
I would just like to mention the building department went through a review exercise of how they manage all the files and the paperwork. And they implemented a cloud-based electronic permitting system and review system. When I started here, when they go do a building inspection, Mike would have an armful of paper this big walking out to the job site with because it was all paper-based files and paper-based submissions. And today it's electronic submissions, electronic inspections. We're one of the very, very efficient when it comes to our permitting process right now in the building department. And it's Mike and his team have done a great job modernizing our workflow.
Thank you very much for that response from the acting CAO. I do have a motion here I'm going to read. And I do need a mover and a seconder, so I'll read the motion. That staff report CSR 2023-39 building permit fee update, public meeting dated June 14, 2023 be received, and that council adopts the building permit fee bylaw 2023-24, and that the building permit fee bylaw be indexed annually by the annual budget increase until such time as the next external review. Do I have a mover on this? Councillor Ball? Do I have a seconder? Councillor Post? All in favor? Anybody abstain or one abstain? That's carried. Thank you. We now are moving on to public meeting number 2. This is 311 2nd Street. I will read the formalities to you regarding this. I would like to call the public meeting to order. This public meeting is being held under the Planning Act to consider an application for a proposed amendment to the town's zoning bylaw 2004-90 respecting 311 2nd Street. In accordance with the Planning Act, if a person does not make an oral submission at the public meeting or make written submissions before the bylaw is passed or an approval given, you will not be entitled to appeal the decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal, and you will not be added as a party to the hearing on an appeal to the OLT unless, in the opinion of the tribunal, there are reasonable grounds to do so. The purpose of this public meeting is to hear from residents and to seek clarity on the application. This is your opportunity to speak, and council encourages you to do so. I will now ask the town's senior planner, Andy Warzon, to introduce the application, confirm notification, and to note any correspondence received. Mr. Warzon, you have the floor.
Thank you to Deputy Mayor. Good evening, everyone, members of council, fellow staff members, and those sitting in the audience this evening. I can confirm that the notification signage along with a mail out circulation was circulated in accordance with the prescribed act, the Planning Act. We did receive 2 letters, emails, responses from property owners at 300 2nd Street and 305 2nd Street. To paraphrase and summarize, the concern from the resident 300 2nd Street really related to more of this, the existing lot size, the larger built form on there. And there was concerns that if council was to approve this application, that there might be some precedent setting nature that would follow with that. And then the owner of 305 2nd Street had expressed some concerns with because it's an existing multi-unit residential building. There was concerns with some noise and further concerns with adding an additional unit in there that might increase the noise volume. And there was also some expressed concerns again about kind of the configuration of the lot size in relation to the built form on there. They had expressed that maybe the lot was too small to accommodate this. And then lastly, they had noted a previous minor variance application that the Committee of Adjustment had denied, but it related to the property directly abutting them along Easy Street. So I just wanted to make that known for council that we did receive those. I did prepare a very brief presentation as the planning consultant for the owner is in attendance this evening, and she'll provide you with a more detailed presentation. However, as noted, we have a rezoning application ahead of us this evening for the public meeting. The application number is ZBA 0323. Property is being 311 2nd Street, the owner being Siobhan Doucette, hopefully I pronounced that correctly. And the planning consultant is Morgan Planning and Development, agent being Victoria Lemieux. So next slide, please. So just this slide here is really just a context. The property is located at the northeast corner of Easy Street and Second. There's a little red dot that you can see up there on the property itself. And then based on that aerial imagery, everyone can see that there is an existing two-story multi-unit building, currently has 3 residential units in it. Tonight's application is to rezone that property to a site-specific residential R4 zone. And that would be required to facilitate the conversion of the garage, as you can see on the site plan on the right there, convert that existing garage that's attached into a 4th unit. Not only does the application request to add an additional unit, but there's 3 existing requirements or regulations, more or less just recognizing the existing built form. So where the house is currently situated, there's some deficiencies as it relates to the front and exterior side yard setbacks. So the application looks to recognize those existing setbacks as a non-conforming. And then also to recognize that there is 2 existing driveways already for the property that currently is being used for those 3 units. One of those driveways exists off of 2nd Street, as you can see on the site plan drawing. It's located more in the north portion. And then there's 3 parking spaces proposed along Easy Street. In addition to recognizing those existing situations, the application does request 2 site-specific new regulations. One of which is to establish a new minimum lot area requirement for this property. The R4 zone has a requirement for how much lot area required per dwelling unit. And in this case, they're asking for a reduction to that. And the other item would be to establish a new parking requirement. However, staff would like to note that there is 4 parking spaces currently available, 1 to service each residential unit in there. I am available for any more additional questions or comments. Staff, again, is willing and able to respond to any of those comments should any arise from the public. And as I noted earlier, the presentation from the planning consultant is going to be coming forward, and we'll have additional information for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'd like to, I'm not quite sure, I'm going to ask the clerk, is the agent here for discussion, Mr. Lemieux? Okay, thank you. I would like to extend an invitation to Victoria Lemieux, agent on behalf of the applicant, to make a presentation and or provide any additional information. Ms. Lemieux, you have the mic.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Deputy Mayor, Your Worship, Council, and members of the public. Thank you very much for having me this evening. My name is Victoria Lemieux. I'm a registered professional planner with Morgan Planning and Development. I'm here this evening on behalf of the owners of 311 2nd Street. Siobhan and her family, she's here, as well as her husband and her cute little daughter that you heard earlier. So they're also here for any questions or comments that you may have after my presentation. Next slide, please. So thank you to the senior planner for his general overview of the application. I'm going to go in a little bit more detail to provide council all the information you'll need for your decision-making process. So an overview of the subject property. Again, it's located at the corner of 2nd Street and Easy Street within your downtown core area. The property is currently developed with a 2-story dwelling and consists of 3 individual units. So of course, considered a triplex. Again, the application in front of you this evening is to consider the conversion of an attached garage into a 4th rental unit in that space. Next slide, please. So again, here's an aerial image of the subject property similar to the planning department's previous slide. As you can see here, the property is very similar in size and shape to the surrounding properties in this area. Additionally, of course, the property is in very close walking distance to municipal downtown parking options, as well as, of course, shops, restaurants, banks, the library, literally everything that downtown Midland has to offer, including the waterfront as well. Next slide, please. So again, to reiterate the existing conditions of the subject property. So currently there is 4 spaces provided on site. Again, 3 of those spaces, as mentioned, accessed on Easy Street, which in the next slides, I'll show you some photos of those areas, as well as 1 parking space off of 2nd Street. let's just go straight to the next slide, please. That would be great. So visually, this property here, as you can see, this is from the 2nd Street frontage. So we'd be looking at the main portion of the triplex. And here is the driveway on the left side of your screen, which provides that one parking space off of 2nd Street. I do want to point out, I will speak to it later in the presentation, but as mentioned, one of the site-specific exceptions that we're requesting this evening is the front yard setback. However, as you can see in this photo, the actual setback to the traveled portion of 2nd Street is quite a ways. It's about 13 meters from the building itself. So again, that request is relatively technical in nature when it comes to where the actual ownership of the town's right-of-way extent actually lands. Next slide, please. So here we're looking at the property from the Easy Street frontage. So on the right side of your screen, you'll see that parking area where those 3 parking spaces are provided. And in the center there, you can see that attached garage area. So that area is proposed to be converted to that 4th unit. A couple important things to note. So the garage is not used for any interior parking spaces to any of the current tenants. It's been used, I believe, and the owner can confirm after, but I believe it's been used for storage over the years, things like that, maintenance, different items that they've used on the property. However, they've realized that they no longer need that and that they would wish to convert it into a new rental space. Again, important to note, no exterior changes other than some facade upgrades to this area will happen. So really, we're only speaking about any interior alterations, no increase in height, no increase in floor area that you will see on the building itself. Oh, and in addition, I did want to point out too, while working with staff, we determined that to further ensure that the public access on that sidewalk is maintained and not ever obstructed, the owner has agreed to install some permanent planters in front of that 4th unit area, just to make sure if you've ever driven down this part of the street, it's pretty easy to kind of veer off and almost park on the sidewalk area. This way, it will just make sure that no future tenants or visitors ever tries to essentially block that space for the public using the sidewalk. Next slide, please. So from a zoning bylaw perspective, really the application in front of you is, as mentioned, really just to put us into a special site-specific zone. That site-specific zone will do 2 things. One, it'll allow us to convert the building from a triplex to a 4-plex. And 2, as the senior planner mentioned, it will recognize some site-specific provisions, mostly resulting from the existing conditions on the site. Next slide, please. So here we have the parts of the zoning matrix that are part of the zoning bylaw amendment requested in front of you this evening. So just to quickly go over the 6 different items that are included. The first, again, being that request to go from a triplex structure to a 4-plex structure. The second being the minimum lot area per dwelling unit, as mentioned by the planning staff. The third being 2.84 meters of front yard setback. Again, that's setback to 2nd Street, but again, visually, it's actually much greater to the actual traveled road. And then 4th is that exterior side yard, which is 0.65 meters. Essentially, you saw in that last photo, the house really comes right up to the sidewalk along Easy Street. That's an existing condition. The proposed 4th unit will not protrude closer to the sidewalk. It will stay within its current footprint. And then again, reiterating the parking requirements. So essentially the application in front of council this evening is requesting to not have any visitor parking spaces on site. Again, we can accommodate 4 spaces, so 1 space per rental unit. And then finally, of course, recognizing that the property does currently have 2 driveways, but again, given that it's a corner lot and the driveways have existed for a number of years, this is again just recognizing another existing condition. Next slide, please. So these images in front of you essentially just confirm both the zoning and the designation of the subject lands. On the left side, you will see that the property is in fact zoned R4, residential 4. And on the right side, the property is designated within the downtown district designation of the town's official plan. Next slide, please. So I know this is a bit harder to read, but I'm sure council you saw in your agenda package, probably a more clear version, but this is the site plan that was submitted as part of the application. Again, just wanted to reiterate for members of the public watching as well as council that the structure itself will not be changing, no increase in height, no increase in floor area proposed. It will be all internal renovations, as well as some modest upgrades. For instance, removal of those garage doors and, likely a window and a residential door to be added to just, again, bring that facade up to a better standard for the community. Next slide, please. So here are the floor areas, or sorry, the floor plans of the existing apartment units as well as the proposed units. So right now there's 3 units in the building. One of them is a 1-bedroom unit. 2 of them are 2-bedroom units. And the garage unit will be a 1-bedroom unit. So we'll have a nice mixture of 2 1-bedrooms and 2 2-bedroom units. And it is important to reiterate as well that the building already provides common laundry facility. And as someone who rented quite a bit in the past, that is definitely a nice luxury for the tenants to have in building laundry. Next slide, please. So as part of our submission to the town and our work that we went through with planning staff as well, we submitted a planning justification report that reviewed all applicable planning policy in regards to this submission to council this evening. And it's important to note that from a provincial perspective, both the provincial policy statement as well as on the next slide, the growth plan. It is our opinion that the application is consistent with both of these provincial documents, primarily for the following reasons. Of course, the property is located within an identified downtown area within a settlement area. The property is walking distance to essentially any amenity or service that one would need, as well as the great waterfront area of the town. The property is transit supportive with walking distance to both the north and south routes, as well as further access to the link system to get around the county. The property, of course, is serviced on full municipal servicing, and overall, really, we're trying to encourage a lack of reliance on the vehicle wherever we can in the downtown area. Overall, this application in front of you this evening will provide an additional housing opportunity within the core area, which both these documents, the PPS and the growth plan, really seek to target that growth wherever possible. Next slide, please. And in regards to the town's policies and their official plan, and I apologize, I did not update, I just realized this evening I did not update your official plan cover. So apologies to staff because the new official plan cover looks great. So the property in the 2004 official plan is designated downtown district, and in the updated official plan is designated downtown mixed use district. Both of these official plans really target this exact type of application, really promoting gentle intensification where possible within the downtown area, supporting residential opportunities that have access to transit, services, amenities, and everything in close proximity to this property. It is my opinion that this application conforms to both the 2004 town official plan and the updated official plan as well. Next slide, please. So in regards to the land use compatibility, just a couple of notes I wanted to highlight for council's consideration. Again, no exterior expansions are proposed as part of this application. Adequate servicing capacity for the additional 4th unit has been confirmed through a servicing report that was submitted by Quantum Engineering. The proposed additional unit will be located at the rear of the property and will have its own exterior access. Again, the subject property is located in close walking distance to a number of amenities, shops, the waterfront, places of worship, etc. And a number of visitor parking options are available within a 1 to 2 minute walk of this subject property in case there was ever some temporary parking needs for the tenants or any of their visitors. Next slide, please. So in summary, it is my opinion that the application in front of you this evening is consistent with both the provincial policy statement and the Places to Grow growth plan, and also conforms to the town's official plan policies. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment will permit a 4th residential unit in an existing 3-unit structure. The opportunity really provides a modest residential unit addition into the downtown core, which overall is promoted by both provincial and town policies. And I wanted to make some quick comments based on the comments you heard from the senior planner of some neighboring concerns that were likely provided in writing to council. In regards to the noise concerns that were provided, it's my understanding that the town does have a noise bylaw. I think it's 2009-104. That might be wrong. Staff can correct me if I'm wrong, but of course, myself and the owner would always encourage any property owner in the close proximity to ever call town bylaw staff if needed, if there were ever any concerns with noise on the property. The owner did mention to me that they were not aware that a neighbor had any concerns of noise, so they are appreciative that that comment did come forward. And through staff, we will share the contact information for the owner of the property to that neighbor. So if they do ever have any concerns in the future, they can come directly to the owner of the property. And in regards to comments regarding the potential precedent setting that an application like this might have, again, I just wanted to reiterate to council and members of the public that us as planners, as well as decision makers as yourself, it's our responsibility to look at every application on a site-specific basis. No property is the same. No property has similar size, location, surrounding uses, things like that. So it's understandable that there may be concerns that something like this might set a precedent, but the Planning Act and the process that it outlines really enforces planners and decision makers to look at every application on a site-specific basis. And to reiterate, anyone who would want to come forward with a similar type of request would still have to come in front of you as a group and state your claim, just as I am today. So we appreciate the concerns provided by the neighbors. We do feel that this is an important application for council to consider, to be able to start really providing these types of units, more affordable, modest size rental units in the downtown core. So thank you very much for your time. And again, myself or the owner are available for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Lemieux, for your presentation. Glad to hear that it's conforming to our official plan and different policy statements regarding the new opportunity for Midland. I'm going to open this to the public for any questions, comments. This is your opportunity to do so. So I'll ask, are there anybody who would like to make any comments or statements? Is there anybody from the audience that would like to make a comment? Oh, and for the third time, is there anybody from the audience who would like to make a statement or comment or question? Seeing none, I will open this to the floor very briefly. It's usually for the public, but in this case, are there any questions from council or comments? Councilor Prost.
Thank you for your presentation. I think it's brilliant. We need housing, and conforming something that already exists just makes sense. It just completely makes sense. And I think setting a precedent is a good thing, because if more people can do this, so many more people benefit. So I think it's great.
Thank you, Councilor Prost. Councilor Meredith.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Contant, through you to, this is a question for the owner / landlord. Couple questions here. You're proposing a fourplex, right now as a threeplex, with the amount of people in there, and there must be some storage issues surrounding, the tenants. I know, I do have rental units too, and there's always, not sufficient storage, so, that'd be one question that I would like to know, where the tenants actually store maybe their bikes, or, if it's families in there, strollers, that kind of thing, for kids or toys or and so forth. Also, do you live in town, close to your, the unit? And, the third one would be, a snow load, where in the wintertime for snow load, because of, all the driveways are occupied. Is there a place for, the snow, to get, removed or shoved out of the way? You want to come to the mic? Yeah, you can come to the mic if you'd like. Sure.
Thank you, Counselor. If you could state your name and
So my name is Siobhan Doucette, and I own 311 2nd Street. I'll answer your second question first. We were previously residents of the Township of Springwater in Elmville when we purchased the property 6 years ago. We have since moved to the Township of Oro-Medonte, so we still are traveling around the county of Simcoe. But the first question about storage, we have a exterior storage area. It's actually at the back of that attached garage. So it's, I guess, framed in and then has a double door. So we have that area for storage for, currently it's being used for like shovels, winter sort of snow removal items. The units themselves, like our 1-2 bedroom has, both closets in the bedrooms, and then has a additional storage area in a living room. Our other is actually a 2-bedroom plus den, so it has sort of an extra storage area in that den space. And then in the common laundry, there is as well a storage closet that can be accessed. We haven't had anyone requesting additional storage that we have residing right now. We have in the past, and there are some areas that we have allowed additional storage to be used while still sort of conforming to the fire regulations that were sort of presented to me when we purchased the property. So it hasn't been an issue so far. And as we said, the garages are not used for tenant storage right now. One of them is finished space that is vacant, that nobody has access to. And then the other is unfinished space that nobody has access to. So it's not taking away any storage from any tenants. And then you had a third question. I'm sorry, I forgot. Snow removal, thank you. So we do have a local company that does snow removal for us, and we, sort of pay a premium for them to go all the way around the building. There's quite, I think in the picture you saw with the sort of retaining walls and the front facade, we do have quite a large lawn area on the one side of the driveway where we have been able to put snow. And then we have the snow removal company actually plow sort of all the way around the building so that residents can access the entrance to the common laundry area through all seasons safely. And then it's also just makes sense since we have the second area that has to be plowed anyways. So that area has sort of access to the backyard where snow can be pushed. So we haven't had any issues as far as complaints from anyone or concerns about where the snow can go, because the town of Midland gets a lot.
thank you very much for your response. Are there any further questions from council? Councilor Meredith?
Thank you. So if there was a need for additional storage in the future, would there be, seems like a pretty big lot would you be able to put some type of, whether it's a shed or something on the property with this addition through the bylaw or the planning? Yep, go ahead. Thank you.
Yes, I'll have our staff member answer that.
Through you, Chair. So for this application, we have to be cautious on the questions that we ask that they're related to the application before us. So if the applicant were to require any sort of additional storage opportunities on the property, it is substantially big that they could put some sort of shed in the back. But I think we have to make sure that for the purposes of this application under the Planning Act, that we stick to what is being requested for the special provisions. This one is unique. It's an existing building. So a lot of the special provisions that Ms. Lemieux has outlined in her presentation and Mr. Warzen as well, it's an existing dwelling. So regardless if a fourth unit was included on this property or not, there's no change in footprint. So the snow storage where that's going to be located, it wouldn't change. And as the applicant has indicated, the owners indicated that there is substantial room there. So I just want to ensure that we're staying on track with the items that are being requested as part of this application. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that clarification. There will be a report as to next steps, and that will be determined how the development works out. Did you have a follow-up, Counselor? Yes, Counselor Meredith.
Just to follow up to your answer, sometimes, unfortunately, we got to ask the questions that aren't pertaining to the particular subject to actually get, to make our decisions. So although it's not based, on storage right now, but that could be a future concern. And therefore that information is important on making the decision whether to pass this or not. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Are there any further questions for? No, seeing none, I do have a motion here. Thank you. I do have a motion. I do need a mover and a seconder for this. I will read the motion. The motion is that the staff report CSR 2023-46 statutory public meeting zoning bylaw amendment application number ZBA 03-23 for 311 2nd Street dated June 14, 2023 be received for information, and that should no concerns or additional comments be received by council or members of the public, that a recommendation report and bylaw be brought forward for council's consideration. Do I have a mover? Councillor Prost? Do I have a seconder? Councillor McDonald? All in favor? Anybody opposed? That's carried. This concludes the public meeting of the two items that are on the agenda. I wanted to thank all the presenters and the council for their discussion with staff and for the proponents that came forth. Thank you. We'll be moving on now to the agenda. We do have now presentations. It's award of merit presentations, and we have our mayor to present to the recipients. And I'm going to pass this over to our mayor to conduct the presentations.
One of my favorite things is to give out the award of merit. Tonight we have two recipients. I'll start with first of all, I'll start off with Betty and Marshall Lauren. Our first award of merit recipients are Betty, Marshall, Lauren. Mr. and Mrs. Lauren are longtime residents of the town of Midland, and they're truly community-minded people and have dedicated themselves to making Midland a better place to live for children, families, the less fortunate, as well as seniors. For over 40 years, they volunteered their services to multiple service organizations while living in the heart of Georgian Bay. They've relentlessly added up countless hours volunteering in health services, as drivers, helping with office work for We Are the Villagers, with fundraising events and Christmas programs for kids. They've volunteered for the Civitan Club, selling Christmas cakes and assisting with annual Santa Claus parades. Both Betty and Marshall have volunteered tirelessly for the St. Vincent de Paul's Food Bank by driving to pick up food donations, stocking shelves, assisting with Christmas parties, and Marshall's even gone so far as to dress up as Santa, not the real Santa, of course, and being rewarded by the gleaming faces of children meeting the jolly fellow. Betty is an affectionate personality that wins over hearts and those that she's helping. They both served at the Breakfast Club of Huron Park School and committed their time to the Out of the Cold program, which is now known as the Guest House Shelter in town. They're no strangers when it comes to volunteering, helping the hunters and anglers, Ducks Unlimited dinner, as well as auction events. One would suspect they've been retired. They would have retired after becoming seniors, or that the recent pandemic might have slowed them down to some degree. However, they've just adjusted their role as a team and started volunteering from home in Betty's office. I would characterize these two as serial volunteers. Betty and Marshall Lauren are truly an example of community-minded individuals that are worthy of being recipients of the town's highest award, the Award of Merit, for demonstrating their love of their community by helping others throughout the decades. Please join me in welcoming Betty and Marshall Lauren to a distinguished group of caring individuals that give their utmost to the community. It's indeed a great pleasure to present the Award of Merit to Betty and Marshall Lauren. And we will make sure that they get their hands on it. And this is, well, we can do a photo op at a different point, but for those following along at home, this is going to, we can Photoshop them in after. We'll make sure this gets to them. Fantastic. And next, council deliberated long and hard for our second Award of Merit recipient this year. It's Joanne Henderson Steffen. Joanne Henderson Steffen is a true community leader. There's a theme emerging here. Over the years, she led the Big Brothers and Sisters family of North Simcoe in guiding children to a stronger, healthier life. During COVID, children faced isolation and loneliness amongst many of their and amongst other mental health concerns. Joanne found ways to adapt these to challenges while continuing to tend to the children and families in need. Joanne truly believes in our youth and recognizes that the children of today are the future of tomorrow. She's touched the lives of so many children through her kindness and compassion and her dedication to providing mentoring programs that have guided and provided productive direction in improving the lives of many youth, and the world is a better place because of her. It's indeed a great pleasure to present this Award of Merit to Joanne Henderson Steffen. I don't need to be in it.
Thanks. Thanks.
Thank you, Your Worship, and congratulations to the recipients this evening for the Award of Merit. It's nice to be able to reach out to the community and tell you how much we believe in our community, but giving back is very important in terms of what a community is all about. So congratulations to those recipients. We are now going to move on to item number 14. We have the Integrity Commissioner recommendations report, and there is none this evening under that category. But we are now into the deputations. This evening, we have two deputations. We have a Mr. J. Crouch and Miss Mitra Doherty to present. But I'm going to ask at this point to ask Mr. Crouch to present this evening. And Mr. Crouch, you have 10 minutes to do your presentation, and we'll listen and we'll see if we can follow through. So it's just as information for this evening. Thank you, Mr. Crouch. You have the mic.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. My name is Jamie Crouch, aka Jay, aka Jody James. I'm here tonight to speak to Mayor Bill Gordon, Deputy Mayor Conton, Councillor McDonald, Councillor Emeritus, Councillor Prost, Councillor Ball, Councillor Bald, Councillor East, and to Mr. Downer, Councillor Downer, if you're out there, we're thinking of you and hope you're doing well. Tonight, I'm here to speak on behalf of our two-spirited LGBTQIA+ community and moving forward with our community in this wonderful town. I'm here to also share education and knowledge, not all tonight, but I think it's very important that we keep the movement going and educating our citizens on what actually the two-spirited LGBTQI+ represents. It was in 1978 when Gilbert Baker in San Francisco was asked by the Harvey Milk, the first openly gay supervisor in San Francisco, to create a flag to honor the gay community. Gilbert Baker created the rainbow flag. The rainbow flag at that time had 8 colors. Each color represented a meaning, a spirit. We can get into that later through education. Lo and behold, Gilbert created the flag, and the flag waves around the world on different months every year, segueing to, it was quite an honor this year to have our pride flag raised in our community at the town of Midland, and the pride banners along King Street moved me immensely. I've been in this community for over 25 years, and those who know me well know that I've been in situations where I've been beaten, I've been verbally abused, I've experienced extreme hatred, but I never let it knock me down. I kept on going, and I keep on going because there's people that have come before me that didn't have the opportunity to get back up because they're resting in heaven because of being gay and being different. When a town, city, or village displays a rainbow crosswalk, you are showing anyone that comes into our town and everyone from our town that we are an inclusive community of all of those visibly and non-visible minority groups. The rainbow crosswalk, our first rainbow crosswalk that was installed here in Midland at First and Bay Street, was a great step moving forward. I did not support the crosswalk being at that location because it was put onto a side street, and that is anything but the spirit of the rainbow crosswalk. But it is the past, it is done. We're moving forward from it, and I hope that we can have rainbows at every crosswalk in Midland. The school, Georgian Bay District High School, laid a crosswalk last year, and that just shows you the movement of our community that is starting in our schools. We've come a long way since 1969. 1969 is when the Stonewall riots happened, and the Stonewall riots happened in New York City, and it was the drag queens that stood up to the policemen because the police were coming into the LGBT establishments and arresting those that weren't straight. It was a dark period in our history, but it is the past, and we don't want to go back there. We want to move forward. I am here tonight because I'd like to start the conversation on installing a new crosswalk in Midland, and I would like it to be back at the original corners that were voted on in 2019, and that is at King and Elizabeth Street. I was in these chambers in 2019, and it was unanimous by our council that when the big dig is over, the crosswalk would be located at King and Elizabeth Street. Only for many of us from our community to find out in the middle of the night that a crosswalk was put elsewhere. But it's the past. We must move forward. And I'm hoping that we can move forward by putting a crosswalk at the cultural corners in downtown Midland. I'm not proposing that we do one crosswalk. I'm proposing that we do 4 crosswalks. We connect the library to LabX to the cultural center to Simply Country to the library. And I'm also proposing that we do not do it with taxpayers' dollars. There's been a grassroots campaign, if you will, of local citizens and businesses that would like to raise money to pay for this crosswalk. We can't start raising money and we cannot start a foundation until the town does an assess report, put it out to tender, not even to tender yet, but just to see if it's viable that we can put it at these four corners. And that's why we are here today, to put that forward. Can we even make this possible? If the answer is yes, currently we have $12,000 committed. And our goal is to raise $100,000 for the crosswalk with the hopes that we can install it next May 2024 at approximately $40,000 to $45,000 for installation. The remaining money would sit in our Midland Pride Fund, and it would go to maintaining the crosswalk because it has to be maintained annually. But once again, we don't want to do it with sponsorship dollars. Next, because I'm sure my time is running out, we'd like to coincide it with the first inaugural Midland Pride Festival to take place in June of 2024 at Little Lake Park. Partnership with the town of Midland. I've been speaking with Karen about a few things that we could do. There's options on the table, but the dialogue, I hope, is beginning tonight. We also have several members from our community that would like to be on the Pride Board. So there's no lack of interest in what we're about to do. And after what has happened the past couple of weeks here in Midland with rainbows everywhere, it shows that there is a large percentage of our community that does support the LGBT community. I'm meaning our community at large supporting us. Yes, we do have our haters, but I don't think they're really haters. I just think they need to be educated. The haters are instilling their fear on us, but we're standing up. Testament, drag queen storytelling at the Midland Library. We outnumbered the protesters, and in Penetang, the same thing happened. The protesters were outnumbered by the local citizens. So we do have a very strong movement here. And I would like to thank the town of Midland for raising the flag, being supportive. And I hope that we can move forward and make a beautiful rainbow city, a rainbow town here in Midland. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Crouch. You actually had 2 minutes left, so you did good. Thank you very much for
Okay.
your proposed vision for Midland, downtown Midland, as well as Little Lake. I think that it's worthy of discussion for questions from council for consideration of your proposal. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I agree that we are an inclusive community and we have to look and open our hearts to everybody. So I just wanted to say that. So thank you for your presentation,
Thank
Jamie.
you.
I'm going to open this up to council for any questions. I have Councillor Ball.
Thank you. I think it's a great idea. There's all over the world, there are rainbow crosswalks and they actually are great tourist attractions in most places. I'm just wondering if you have looked at alternative paint as to what was already put down in the rainbow crosswalk, because I feel like that has not held up that well. So I appreciate the fact that you have that reserve fund and ready to maintain it, but I'm hoping that we don't need to maintain it as much as the one that is there, because from what I understand, when they put that down, they said it was going to be the greatest paint ever and it would last a long time, and that has been the exact opposite. So I was just wondering about that.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's been a lot of vandalism done to the crosswalk on the side street. That's what happens when you put on a side street. You're asking I keep calling them haters. I don't hate anybody. I don't hate anybody, but that's what they've been labeled to because they just don't know who we are. They haven't taken the time to get to know us. That's going to happen. Moving forward, I'm thinking optimistically here. When the crosswalk goes in at King and Elizabeth Street, it'll be put down with the rubber slats, and it'll be heated. There's a few companies out there that are interested, and they would be including a tender. But that's why we need the reserve fund to maintain it. It has to be maintained every year. It just, with our snow and our snow plows, it has to be maintained. And the interlocking bricks at King and Elizabeth, that's another question that several people have had. Well, can you put it on top of interlocking brick? And the answer is absolutely yes, you can. So it's maintenance, and that's why we need to raise money and have extra money, because at the end of the day, we don't think that taxpayers should pay for the rainbow. There's enough citizens and sponsorship in this town that would fund the crosswalk to maintain it.
Thank you. I'm glad to know there's alternatives that you've seen, so.
Thank you, Counselor. I have Mayor Gordon.
Thanks for coming tonight, Jay. I really appreciate it. We've talked about this for, well, a long time. And cultural corners, the concept of it really resonated with council at the time, and there seemed to be momentum, and then, the plague hit, right? And all kinds of things changed. At the time, as you know, the history, and just sharing it for the people following along, we had a bit of leftover paint money in our paint budget, as I recall. And we all unanimously committed to putting this thing in. And the decision was made to put it where it was for reasons I know, but there's no point beating that around here right now. So there's 2 in town already. And some people are saying, oh, what do we need a third one for? I think you've answered that quite clearly tonight. And the intention originally was cultural corners to be one of 4 crosswalks installed at that location. What I wasn't clear of when you talked about this substantial sum of money that you're looking to raise is, would you be proposing to fund and install 4 crosswalks? And would they be 4 rainbow crosswalks, or would it be 1 rainbow and then perhaps, as others have suggested, perhaps a Métis First Nation, an FNMI type crosswalk, and maybe one honoring our soldiers and veterans, and then some other one? Are you proposing to fund 4 distinct crosswalks or 4 rainbow crosswalks? Oh, sorry, your mic's off.
For rainbow crosswalks. But the long range goal is to start at King Street and have crosswalks all the way down to the waterfront. So recognizing the Indigenous community and the other communities, absolutely. We're here to work together. For instance, this month is Indigenous Month and Pride Month. Both of those flags should be raised for the whole month. Having the Indigenous corner, or the Indigenous flag and the rainbow flag at King and Elizabeth Street, absolutely.
Okay, sorry. So I don't know if I was clear there, but there's 4 crosswalks. Are you proposing one of them be the trans or the rainbow crosswalk, and then the other 3 are something else? Or are you proposing the entire 4 crosswalks all be the same rainbow crosswalks?
All being the same crosswalk with it's the progressive flag that represents the Indigenous community, the people of minorities, Black people, trans people, and LGBTQIA.
Gotcha. Okay, just want to be clear on that.
Very colorful corner.
And the other thing was about the RFP process. So if council was to grant basically this, the ground for this to be installed on, and there wasn't any involvement with the town other than, approving that RFP process, and this is where it needs some clarity from staff. This is hypothetical, I realize. Our town RFP process wouldn't probably apply if we're simply saying, hey, paint what you want on our property. They could go and procure this however they wanted, and they maybe wouldn't be encumbered by the same RFP process. Is that accurate, or how does that work? This is kind of a unique proposition.
And you have our acting CAO to respond, or
Sorry, yeah, we can only have one mic on at a time. I really, this is a group who's wanting to do something on town property. And sometimes we say, well, we'll do it ourselves. And if somebody wants to fund it, that's fine. The same as other developers do work on our roads. Other times we say, if you want to do work on our property, it just needs to meet town standards and have a contractor that is approved by the town. So we know we're getting a safe, qualified contractor. The pricing and costs that Jamie's mentioned, or Jay has mentioned, though that's the same price that we paid for the thermoplastic paint, because we did buy the best paint that you can. The difference is he's talking about maintaining it annually, where we haven't maintained ours annually. And, we need to, that was $13,000 to do it, and we need to put some annual money in the next budget to keep that topped up. But I think we'd have a discussion if council wants to go down this road, whether we tender it or whether they do the work themselves. 6 of one, half dozen of the other, as long as quality contractor and safety and liability is looked after.
Thanks. And just in follow up, because we didn't talk about this beforehand, Jay, I really just wanted to experience organically your presentation. It might be, and this is just a suggestion, easier to sell this, if you will, to the community if Cultural Corners, that main intersection in our community, wasn't, I hate to use the word monopolized in a negative way, but it wasn't all with one message. And if it went back to kind of what we had originally dreamed up with having 4 different inclusivity messages, basically meaning one rainbow crosswalk, one something else, one something else, one something else. I've thrown a couple of suggestions out there that I've heard in the wild for a couple of years. Would that alter your desire in any way, or would it water down your quest to have this installed if it was found that we approved 1 rather than 4 at that location? This is hypothetical here, so.
For those that know me, I'm a crusher for attention to detail. I had the honor of laying out the Pride banners this year, the BIA. I worked with Joni from the BIA and some other BIA members on laying out the existing banners, strategically putting them, and it's a flow. It's all about flow. So I would be interested in thinking bigger on this, including all of the flags, but moving them down King Street, starting at Cultural Corners and then moving down and connecting with the waterfront. It's aesthetically, it has to be, in my opinion, aesthetically, it has to be flawless. I've done so much creative work in this town and I'm not going to let my guard down now. So I think it's a discussion that we sit down with the groups that we're going to feature on the crosswalks and design a plan. If we have 2 rainbows at this location and 2 Indigenous and 2 veterans, like, I'm open to it. Let's just see how it rolls out, because all the artwork for each of these groups is different. We don't want an intersection that just clashes with color that is not complementary or aesthetically pleasing to the town. That's where I come from, because it's all about aesthetics, right? And representation. So once again, a rainbow crosswalk, an Indigenous crosswalk, a veterans crosswalk, I'm all for it. How we lay it out, let's crush it. Let's go right down King Street.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Crouch, for that. Are there any further questions? Have Council Prost?
Thank you, Jay. You know I love you. I really had the same thing to say as Mayor Gordon. I think we definitely need to have more discussion, because I think that Cultural Corners, as we've been calling it, even though it's not exactly that yet, I guess it sort of is. We do need to talk about how that's really going to look, right? And it's inclusion of everybody, and also the people who created this town, right? Who built it. It's multicultural, it's Indigenous, it's Métis. And the rainbow belongs there too. I think that's wonderful. Like, those would be my choices. And I know that you'll know how to do it all aesthetically. Anyway, I'm in favor of it. I just think we definitely have to have more conversation of how it's going to flow. Thank you.
I agree entirely. It's inclusivity. Nobody's left behind. And I appreciate the input of thinking of other marginalized groups or our veterans. They must be recognized. And I think we have a great opportunity to be, I don't know of any other communities in this country has ever done what we're just tipping on right now. We could be the first. We could set the standard in the country. Look at what they've done. They've recognized everyone. We could even have a Canadian flag. We could have a Midland flag. We could have a Simcoe County flag. We could do it up. But once again, we can't get too busy. We have to really make sure that we do it right. And I think that's part of the planning process and getting some renderings done and present and show what can be done. But time is of the essence. And we want to get started because we want to tie it in with the Midland Pride Fund, because we have to raise money. We have to start raising money. And if I would like to move ahead and register Midland Pride as a nonprofit organization, get the bank account open and get this money coming in, because people are waiting to write the checks. I'm being modest when I said $12,000. I'm being modest. honest to God, I'm being modest. There's people that have checkbooks out that want to give $10,000. And that's a testament to the citizens from our community. So I think we're on a win here. We just have to do it right and do it right once.
Thank you, Councillor Prost, for that. Are there any further questions? Councillor Ball?
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to say, I actually really love the idea of each crosswalk having four of the same. I think that is really aesthetically pleasing. I'm not sure if I don't know, obviously people donating, it's a different than taxpayers' money. And they maybe are only donating to this cause. So I would welcome other groups to maybe get in, have a discussion with you about how you're doing this right now, to be able to maybe start it with 4 different crosswalks along King and then maybe adding on to create those squares in the future, but maybe having a little bit of leeway on that. But I do love the idea of actually starting at the top and going down and having each group represented at one crosswalk. I think that's really a cool concept and it will look really great when you're looking up the street. And I went to that presentation on our Midland downtown and ways to improve it. And aesthetically, that's very pleasing and it does draw a lot of tourists for our festivals. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Are there any further questions from or comments from council? Councillor?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Conton. Through you to Jamie. Hi, Jamie. How are you? So your vision, a couple questions, 2 questions. The current Pride colors that are there right now, would they, in your vision, would they remain, or would we just advert all our attention to the cultural corner one, the new proposed one? So eliminating the other one, eventually just let it wear out, or do we keep on maintaining it through your eyes? And then the other one is, have we ever thought of putting anything like instead of on the pavement where there's multiple of, repairs every year and costs, ever think of putting something extravagant in the air? I know you're brilliant at coming up with ideas to connect the four corners through the air, and it might have some more longevity with and not as much as expense. But that's just a question I thought I'd throw out there.
Fair question. Let's not lose focus of what we're speaking of, and that's the rainbow crosswalk. And a rainbow crosswalk shows its citizens and friends and allies of the community that our town is inclusive. That is worldwide. I don't think we break the rules. We recognize why the rainbow crosswalk was created. So flying in the air, absolutely, that could be something. But for now, our focus is on the actual crosswalk, because rainbow crosswalk is global, and it would be the progressive crosswalk, which includes a lot of minority groups.
And to the first part of my question is what is your views on the other crosswalk, the existing one right now? If we go to cultural corners, does that one still remain intact, or do we?
I think that
from there.
I think that the one at King and Bay should remain. It should stay there. It should stay there and it should be maintained. I don't think you lay a crosswalk and then take it away, because I just don't think that's correct. I support a crosswalk being on a main artery, because that's the purpose, that's the spirit of the crosswalk. But since it's already been put in that location, I think that maintaining it, but once again, I don't think it's taxpayers' dollars that should be maintaining the crosswalk, because that is where we open up the floor for the minorities that don't support us. And if we have an organic grassroots foundation community that wants to raise money and donate money to pay for a crosswalk and maintain them, I think that King and Bay should be included in that as well, because it has to be maintained. That's the thing, it has to be maintained. But let's not lose focus. The rainbow crosswalk is meant to be on a main artery, an iconic destination. and they're not supposed to be on side streets. But I think that what we could do with the crosswalk that's on Bay Street, we can balance it by connecting the waterfront to that location and have, my understanding was that when the town wanted to not have the crosswalk installed at the cultural corners, that Midland Avenue and Bay Street was the first choice leading to the boathouse. Once again, that's a brilliant location for it as well, because it's connecting the downtown to the waterfront. So I think this discussion is open. I don't want it on the record that I do not support the crosswalk at Midland, First and Bay. I just think it needs to be maintained annually, and where that money comes from, I don't think it should be taxpayers' money. I think that we should tie it into this fund that we can do to create all of these crosswalks. Who knows where we go from here? We're just beginning, but I think with the strength of our community and the acceptance in our community and all the charities in our community, I'm not sure where we go with that, but I think we can go really, really big.
Thank you very much, Councillor, for that. And Jamie, thanks very much for your presentation. I like your vision. I support it myself. I like the idea that you're looking at an accommodation package for the proposed concept and moving it forward. There's big questions on maintenance fees or maintenance to cover the ensuring, like that there's quality product there and for long term, so that there's dollars associated with that. But I think it requires further discussion. If there was a proposed approach to this for consideration and then look at it from that perspective, then I think that would warrant some direction either by staff and by council to direct the movement of this vision. So thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you. Okay.
I have Mayor Gordon for.
I don't want to leave you hanging here because there's no next steps on this, right? We've just heard it and we just heard it. So for this to go anywhere, there is going to need to be a notice of motion submitted by a councillor to try and seek the support for staff to start working on this with you. This is our last meeting for the summer. So our next meeting's in September. Assuming that it gets, somebody puts that in, and if nobody does, then I happily will, but I think there's allies on council here. Would it be a problem for the organization if it doesn't, even get spoken about until September when we, resume our normal sittings? Because we're heading into budget season then too, so.
Yes, I'm hoping, and so is our supporters, hoping that we're hoping for a green light so we can start raising money, because we're hoping it happens next year. If it doesn't happen next year, we want to start raising money. And we want to be able to say that we're raising money for a crosswalk. And also going into Midland Pride, we know this year we're raising money for Midland Pride, but at the end of the day, we're raising money for the crosswalk, and we need to get that on the books and get moving on it. If we're waiting till September, does that mean September leads into October and then October leads into January? And here we are at the same place a year from now, and we don't have a crosswalk. As I just like to be as expeditious as possible in moving this forward.
Okay, well, there's another option, which, I need to say this because I can't not say it. A council could, on the fly right now, or we could take a bio break, create a motion that follows this deputation. We could set aside our rules of, we'd have to agree, 3/4 have to agree to set aside our rules of procedure. And we could deal with that motion this evening and see if we get the support tonight, fresh off the deputation. That's an option. So rather than making you wait till September, staff have got a lot of stuff on their plate and we can just keep throwing things on them. But at least the formality of making it one of the many competing priorities for staff, it will happen tonight if we go that route. So if I just looking around looking for eyebrows, okay. So why don't we be not this for a while today? We started at 4. Why don't we take let's call it 10 minutes. It's 8:18. We'll resume at we'll call it 8:30. And we'll see if we have that motion drafted into our clerk and can pull that off. And then we'll proceed with the rest of the agenda tonight and the next deputation.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you. So if I could, we'll just call a quick recess and we'll be back at 8:30 for those following along online. Thanks, everybody. Turn the floor back over to the deputy mayor, but just before, we've just done some consulting on rules of procedure, so we're going to present the motion that we referred to before we hit the pause button tonight through our normal process, and it'll come up as an agenda item at a July meeting, the date to be determined still. So that way there's not a delay until September, and that notice of motion will be read in by a counselor to be determined. See who's going to do it. Oh, Councillor Prost will. Very good. So without further ado, back to our regularly scheduled programming with Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Worship. Thanks for the update on the procedure. We are going to be moving on now to the second deputation. I have the item called prohibition of feeding wildlife with residential areas of the town. And I have Miss Mitra Doherty to present to council. You have 10 minutes, ma'am, about presenting your position, and I welcome you to council, and I'll give you the microphone. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. We would like to thank His Worship Mayor Bill Gordon, the Deputy Mayor, the councillors, and the staff for the opportunity to present this deputation. My name is Mitra Doherty. I've been a dentist for over 40 years. We moved to Midland 2 years ago after having been in the area for 20 years for recreational purposes. We kindly request the council to review the existing bylaw prohibiting the feeding of wild animals in the town of Midland. And we ask that the council to consider the following in such review: to include all the parks in town and provide and maintain signage, to include all wildlife, that is, all waterfowl, migratory birds, and mammals, to include all public, private, and residential properties in town, to limit number of bird feeders to 2 or 3 on each property, and ensure that there are no spill feeders, to maintain the existing bylaw allowing the maximum of 2 dogs, to enforce such new bylaw and introduce adequate penalties. Slide 2. The Corporation of Town of Midland Bylaw 97-36 was passed in 1997. This bylaw prohibits the feeding of only Canada geese and seagulls within the municipal parks. This is an enforced provision subject to the penalties set out in the Provincial Offences Act. Slide 3. These 3 photos were taken in 22-23. These migratory mallards are wild ducks, which arrive to the Tiffin Bay Pound between Aberdeen Boulevard and Taylor Drive every winter. These wild birds are considered migratory birds, but stay in the southern Ontario, moving around to open bodies of fresh water in search of food. However, these particular mallards stay in this pond and are fed all winter at bird feeders across from Taylor Drive. It's a sad sight to see these beautiful wild birds circling like rats every day all winter, back and forth from the pond by crossing Taylor Drive or low flying to these ground feeding stations in a small fenced backyard. A buffet for a host of animals. The species feeding at this property include large number of noisy seagulls, doves, pigeons, crows, mice, moles, rodents, squirrels, chipmunks, insects, raccoons, minks, mallards, small birds, and the occasional coyote. This abundance attracts foxes, coyotes, and hawks to the area. Slide 4, 5, and 6. People who feed wildlife do so with the best of intentions. However, they should be aware that wildlife needs to remain wild. Wild animals should obtain their food and shelter from natural habitats and under natural conditions. This will help maintain natural adaptation that ensure long-term survival of the individual animals and of the species. For these reasons, it's illegal to feed wildlife in many municipalities in Ontario. The general rule is do not feed wildlife. The bird feeders become sanctuary for vermin and waterfalls. The well-stocked feeders have massive spillage on the ground, providing ground feeding. The main result of such action is an unnatural increase in the number of squirrels, which can cause extensive damage to cars, houses, sheds, lawns, bushes, and trees. This has proven to be a problem in many municipalities. The City of Toronto has banned feeding squirrels due to the increase in the number of house fires caused by damage to the wiring of homes, with a fine of $360. The most effective measure to address these problems is to ban feeding wildlife, except in no-spill bird feeders for small birds or liquid food. We'd like to congratulate the Simcoe County and the town of Midland for its progressive and safe waste management, which helps reduce the availability of food and waste to wild animals in the county. Slide 7. Feeding wild animals may do more harm than good. It's a threat to wildlife, as animals can become dependent on artificial food sources. Animals can lose their natural fear of humans and pets, becoming more prone to conflict. Animals can lose and they become the artificial feed. The feed is not healthy for these wildlife. Wild animals may gather in large numbers when they are being fed. This concentration of animals in one area can spread parasites, disease, and cause destruction of the natural habitat. Feeding animals near roads increases the risk of being hit by vehicles. It's a threat to people, as feeding wildlife may attract unwanted animals. Animals will learn to associate humans with food and become a problem to neighbors. Habituated animals can become quite aggressive. Feeding animals near roads increases the risk of motor vehicle accidents. Slide 8. Coyote attacks remain a concern in neighborhoods in Midland. These attacks seem to be increasing across Canada. We need to coexist with these wild animals. Coyote Watch Canada provides these helpful tips in regard to feeding wild animals. Never feed wildlife. Our best approach for safe and harmonious coexistence is to avoid conditioning them with food and to humans. The few documented cases of coyote-inflicted wounds on humans occurred as a result of human encouraging close proximity by feeding a coyote. Food rewards encourage the coyote to increase their proximity tolerance to people, yards, and public places where the food is placed. Keep pet food and bowls and water bowls indoors. Pet food will attract coyote to your yard. Do not allow large amount of wild bird seed to remain in your lawn. Bird seed attracts birds, rabbits, squirrels, and rodents, which are prey for coyote. Slide 9. Bird flu H5N1 virus. Many people are concerned about the outbreak of the avian influenza or bird flu that's affecting domestic poultry, waterfowls, geese, mallards, red-tailed hawks, and some shorebirds in the US and Canada. Because the current strain of H5N1 causes heavy losses to poultry, it's referred to as a highly pathogenic avian influenza. The virus is shed in the saliva, mucus, and feces of infected birds, which is transmitted to other birds via ingestion or inhalation and transmitted by farmers. There have been reports of mammals infected with the avian influenza, likely from being eating dead birds, infected dead birds. One of the main recommendations to avoid the virus is to avoid contact with surfaces that have bird feces. This is impossible with large bird feeders and the mess they generate, in particular feeders attracting large number of larger wild birds and seagulls. This map shows the chicken farms within 10 kilometers of Midland. I'm not sure how large each facility is, but feeding wildlife at bird feeders needs to be a concern to the council as it is to the poultry farmers. Slide 10. Animal feeding bylaw. The government of Ontario works with municipalities to prevent and manage conflict between wildlife and people. Municipalities are responsible for deciding and taking appropriate action when human and wildlife encounters create ongoing conflict situations or there are safety issues or health concerns. Residents are often requested to limit the number of their feeders and be responsible to keep the area under the feeders clean and clear of food. There are many spill-free and squirrel-free bird feeders on the market. Slide 11. These are links to various bylaws banning feeding wildlife in Ontario. Collingwood, Owen Sound, Hamilton, Toronto, and Niagara Falls. The list goes on. A few provisions from the prohibition stated in the Owen Sound bylaw 2008-169 reads, no person shall intentionally feed, cause to be fed, provide or make available food, fruit, grain, mineral, plant, salt, or vegetable pellets, or other substances for the consumption by wild animals within the boundaries of the city of Owen Sound, either on private property or on a public property. No person may place or allow any device or other materials to be placed outdoors or on any public or private property for the purpose of attracting or feeding wild animals. Every person shall immediately remove any material placed on the owner's or occupied property in violation of this bylaw. We hope that the Midland Council considers this review to avoid many future and existing conflicts, as well as safety concerns in the community. This area has great resources, such as the Marsh Wildlife Center, the Severn Sound Environmental Association, and the Georgian Bay Biosphere, which could all provide Midlands Council with effective consultation on this important issue. Slide 12. And I'd like to thank the council for giving its attention to this ongoing problem actually for a long time in Midland.
Thank you very much, Ms. Doherty, for your presentation. I've heard a couple messages in there, best practices to follow, giving examples from other areas, what they do. We have to pinpoint what our situation here is in Midland. We really have to look at private property versus public property. Those are matters to be addressed. But anyway, I enjoyed your presentation. I want to open this up to council to see if there's any questions or clarifications on your presentation. So thank you very much for that. Council, I'm going to open this up. Councillor Ball.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. I really liked the fact that you included the chicken farms in there. I think that really brings a perspective into, I guess, what sort of issue we could be dealing with the avian flu in particular. I know Marsh has locked up their birds a few times in the past year with fear of that. And it's easily spreadable with mammals coming onto people's property, eating out of bird feeders. I think that it's not an unreasonable ask to have no spill bird feeders. You're not asking somebody to take away the right to feed the birds. They will still benefit from that. They'll still benefit from bird watching. They'll still benefit. The birds will still benefit from eating, but you're limiting the amount of mammals that are going to be in that area and spread avian flu. So I think that it's not an unreasonable ask. And I think thank you so much for bringing forward all the facts that you did. It was a really well-researched presentation.
Yeah, thank you. I actually decided to phone the Chicken Association in Ontario yesterday to really get a feel of what really is happening in these poultry farms. And I was quite alarmed because my question to the person I talked to were they're very concerned about dead birds. They actually have a 911 call that farmers call to report when their poultry is dying or they know they are diseased. And what she explained to me, I said, I was concerned as how these large operations with often thousands of birds get exposed to something that's wild and outdoors. And her answer was it's actually the farmers when they're walking outside on the property where there is feces, and they take it in the clothes from the air or their shoes, that's how the birds are exposed. So that's how accurate, it's fairly sensitive way of transmitting such a fatal disease. It's really our food source. I mean, as you can see, it affects everybody in town because so they've actually culled millions of chickens in the last couple of years because of this influenza. The price goes up, the availability has become limited, eggs sources have become more limited. So it's really a very holistic view of a problem that, like all these new problems, we need to look under a different light.
Thank you. Are there any further questions from council? Council Meredith.
Yeah, just a question or a question to staff on maybe we can get that the full bylaw if it hasn't been updated or how old it is pertaining to feeding birds.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the current bylaw, as the deputy indicated, is from 1997. So it hasn't been updated in some time, but that's when it was originally passed by council. And it is limited to only parks within the town as well.
Okay, so it's fairly vague then. Not sure if we can, well, it does raise some concerns, obviously, your presentation and to educate us on the problems that could arise from it. So we may want to look a little further into that bylaw and take some action on it. So just a suggestion.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further comments? Yes, Your Worship.
Thanks for coming and speaking to us about this tonight. I think many of us have been in receipt of your emails and you've offered some pretty compelling evidence that, it would be worthy to tighten up our bylaws rather than just dealing with our parks as they are right now. The process of reviewing that bylaw would either come organically, as staff have now heard this, and, maybe at some point it comes before us. If we wanted to advance it from being a maybe, then it would take a notice of motion by one of the councillors to put this on the floor. And if it gains support with the majority of council, then that would go onto the to-do list for our bylaw folks to review how they could, probably largely copy and paste from other communities that have done this. We're not above plagiarizing when it comes to sharing things that work. It would probably also involve contacting those communities and seeing how effective their bylaws are now and how enforceable they are, and have they successfully stood up to court challenges by people who've been charged, if anyone's been charged, and things like who's enforcing it, their bylaw officer or their animal control officer, for example. So there's some background research that I think staff would be, needed to direct it to do. They're just not going to take this on their own because we keep them busy as it is. So as I just mentioned to the previous deputy tonight, that it would take a notice of motion and get it onto a future council meeting. That could be as early as a July special meeting, or it could be a little later on. So that would be the next steps. So I'm not asking for a commitment from council right now, but just letting you know that's what it'll take to do something more beyond receiving this information, which is our sort of default posture when someone comes to speak to us. So are you clear what our next steps would need to be in order for anything to come of your deputation?
Yes, I just hoped that it would get the same consideration as the last deputation that was here.
Okay, well, I will leave that with the team here and see if I notice a motion. It doesn't need to be filed tonight. It could even be filed at our next meeting. We have a spot or a capacity to send in email versions of our notices of motion, as long as they,
Great.
get in the requisite time before the meeting. So that's about where it is right now. And I'm going to let, it's Deputy Mayor's part of the meeting, so let him thank you, but I appreciate you coming and bringing this to our attention and to the people who follow along at home who aren't privy to our emails. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
You, Ms. Doherty. Do you have any further questions? We have Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I just wanted to thank you as well for your presentation, and that I will present a notice of motion later on in the agenda requesting staff to prepare a report on prohibiting wildlife in the town of Midland. Okay.
Thank you, Counselor. That concludes our deputations. There are some doors for moving these items forward, so we'll be discussing this at the near future. So I want to thank both presenters this evening for coming and sharing the information. And we hope to move forward with this. So thank you very much. We're going to move on now with the continued agenda. We are now under item 16. It's called Committee Local Board Delegation or Memo. This evening, under 16.1, we have the Midland Police Service Board objectives and priorities 2022 to 2026 and crime severity index, sorry. I'd like to welcome, I would still call him chief because I know him as chief, Mike Osborne, but he's now the chair of the Midland Police Services Board. So welcome, Mike, Mr. Osborne, should be formal here. We look forward to your presentation. So you have the floor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Conton, Mayor Gordon, members of staff, members of council, all those in the audience and all watching on TV. I know it's been a long day for all of you, so I will be relatively brief and then answer any questions you might have. So on behalf of Diana Wasdell, one of our board members, and also Jim Downer, who's not here this evening, but another one of our boards, and also Mayor Gordon, who's also on the board. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to our objectives and priorities for 2022 to 2026. As a police board, I want you to know that we do take the concerns of the council and the citizens of Midland and our store owners and our people working here very seriously. And as a result, we conducted a survey. We looked at the previous objectives that have been set by previous boards and also through members of council. We looked at Statistics Canada data, and we also looked at information provided by our detachment commander. And based on all of those, we came up with a list of priorities. You came up with, and the public came up with a list of priorities that we forwarded to the OPP to include in their priorities as they form their strategic plans. Before I go, I'll just mention them briefly, but I just want to reiterate that crime and disorder are really a matter of health, wealth, and education. And so when I say health, I'm talking about substance abuse, I'm talking about mental health. And when I say wealth, I'm talking about poverty, homelessness, and average incomes in a community. So although police are a part of solving crime and solving disorder, they're only one part. And so we really have to think about these things in a holistic approach, that we need everybody's cooperation, everyone's assistance to make these things easier for our police department. One of the first things we looked at was the need for adequate staffing. And in reading the report from the detachment commander, we quickly realized that they have a significant increase in calls for service, which also resulted in a reduction in their ability to perform proactive policing, also led to an increase in violent crime, and also led to a reduction in violent crimes cleared or solved. That sometimes is indicative of a lack of personnel, and so we've asked them to take a look at that. We've also asked them to take a look at reducing the use of unlawful substances in the town of Midland, and monitoring the impact that has on associated crimes. We also asked them to take a look at prioritizing visibility and enforcement, especially in our downtown core. We've heard from many citizens, we've heard from members of council, their concerns with some of the incidents that have occurred there. We've also asked them and also asked ourselves as a board to ensure that we are regularly communicating with our business leaders, with our community groups, with our council, and that's why I'm here tonight, and also with our social service providers. We've also asked them to increase road safety and target the reduction of crime severity, in particular violent crimes, and look at the solved rate for violent crimes. In 2021, the most recent Statistics Canada numbers available, of the 66 communities with over 10,000 people, we were the 19th highest in violent crime. So we have some work to do. And as I said, this is not a police problem alone. They are one partner in a holistic approach to this. And subject to any questions you might have, that's my comments, and you have my full report.
Thank you, Mr. Osborne, for presenting some statistical information, the priorities and needs of the community to have a safe community. I think the work that you propose in the plan is worthy of seeing the results, and I think it's going to be measured, I would imagine, to see how these different objectives are met. So I'm going to open this up to council to ask any questions on your presentation. I'm sure they read your report, preliminary report on what you're proposing. Council, are there any questions for Mr. Osborne? Your worship.
Thanks. I'm really glad you came here tonight. This was a commitment that I made to this council and to the community that the Police Services Board would be far more engaged with this council throughout this term. And our new interim detachment commander, unfortunately was going to come tonight, but just couldn't make it tonight. So we will be able to welcome him officially, Mr. Todd Pittman, Inspector Pittman, at an upcoming meeting. But he agrees that clear communications channels, regular communications with council and the community are equally important. So that's a commitment that I made as we built this new Police Services Board this term, and you being here at the first opportunity, I just want to let people know that, I meant it. The board means it. And Inspector Pittman, who's now leading Southern Georgian Bay Detachment, is equally committed to those clear comms channels with the community and council. So that being said, one of the things while we were, collecting the hundreds of responses to the survey that we received was there is clearly a perception of community safety issues in our community. I know that's shocking, council, but there is a widely held belief that we have a safety issue. And beyond the perception, it turns out when you do the analysis of the data at Statistics Canada, that is data fed from the police service, in this case, the OPP, that's not a perception, it's a reality. And that maybe that's something, I know it's in the report, but for the folks that haven't read it online, maybe this is something, Mike, Mr. Osborne, I have a hard time calling you that. After years of chief, you could maybe just add a bit of color for the community on the difference between the perception of safety and the reality of what the crime severity index has indicated for the past 10 years. And this isn't, this is including when the Midland police were still around, and why we're targeting the clearance rates on violent crime. Why are we making that a strategic priority when, there's lots of other competing priorities that you alluded to?
Mr. Osborne.
Violent crime, first of all, has the most impact on people. Certainly anybody that's been injured or obviously killed, that impacts their families, their friends, the entire community. So violent crime is one of those things that we have to target because of the severe impact it has on families. In relation to your other question regarding crime severity, Midland is a difficult community to police. And I recognize that when I worked here, and I recognize that on behalf of our OPP partners. It's difficult because our average income is low, which results in average education levels being low. And all of those things also contribute to substance abuse and mental health, which also contributes to our crime and disorder. And so Midland is also a unique community, or one of the unique communities in our province, that we're a hub community, and we're also a very multicultural community. And so that always brings, it always brings a new dynamic to things. And so we have to remember that we have a community where we're the hub. So everyone comes here to shop, but they also come here to steal. They also come here to drink. They also come here to drive impaired. And so it's a difficult community for our OPP partners to police. And you did have another question in there, Mayor Gordon. I can't remember.
It was just about the what we discovered when analyzing the number of perception versus reality. Because I mean, quite frankly, the message that, collectively we have been talking about for quite some time is that we're safer than ever. And of course, that flies in the face of anyone who's complaining to us about their perception of crime, when they perceive that their car got broken into, or they perceive that someone defecated on their front lawn. You know, these are things that are realities in our community, as well as assaults. And thankfully, we haven't had any homicides for quite some time, but these are things that are, you know, it's just a matter of time until these come back to our community, unfortunately. So it's that perception versus reality. I
Sure.
think that I really wanted to drive home because I think in the past, it's been used as a way to kind of downplay, you know, people's feelings about feeling unsafe and maybe their expectations of the levels of policing they're getting. And, you know, the numbers don't lie. I mean, they can be made to lie, as we spoke. Sorry, I'm monopolizing, I'm monologuing here. But one of the things we talked about at our police services board, if you wanted the stats on impaireds to go down, well, it's easy. Just stop doing ride programs. Right? No different than the stats on COVID went down when we stopped testing. So stats can be manipulated based on action or inaction. But what we're finding, what's being fed into the crime severity index, I think it was new to me and an eye opener. And this is just something it's in your report, but I really wanted it to be shared with the folks that are watching online so they understand they're not perceiving things, that this is reality.
Yeah, the point I was trying to make is to ensure that we are careful using the word perception when we're talking to citizens and people who have been victimized, because sometimes it's not perception. What can be perception, as an example, is sometimes people feel that people are speeding on the street because people are accelerating quickly, but oftentimes what we find is they're not speeding at all. It's just that appearance because the street is narrow or whatever the case might be. But when we're talking about violent crime and we start using words like perception, we deeply offend people. And so we have to be careful in what we say and be accurate in what we say and accurately report crime, because we can only address things if we actually talk about what they really look like. And we can only ask for help or more help if we actually identify the fact that we have a problem. And we've always had a problem because it's a busy community. And so this isn't a former Midland police or an OPP matter. It's that we have a high violent crime rate that we need to address through our community partners.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald.
Thank you for taking the time to be with us as chair of our police board and presenting some facts. I just want to share with you one fact and then ask you a question. And we passed a motion to host a symposium in the fall, and we're supposed to start planning mid-June. And the symposium is to address homelessness and the downtown core concerns. And I'm hoping the OPP can be represented there. And my question is, what is your holistic approach to coming up with some solutions? Not yours personally, but the board's.
Well, just to be clear, the board is an advisory board. And so our job is to make sure that we bring to the attention of the OPP what our concerns are, and then meet with them and find out what their approach is going to be, but also to work with them to ensure that we have collaboration with our community partners, with our social groups, our social agencies, our communities, our business groups, our downtown people, our town staff. That's the holistic approach, but it's about what their priorities and how they set those priorities and what tasks they set for themselves. Those aren't set by the board. We will hold them to that, and which they quite expect. We will ask them questions about, okay, how did you address these priorities? Our citizens are concerned. Here's the list of priorities. What are you doing to address them? And then we will measure that and say, okay, what have you done to try to address this? And has there been any result? And if there hasn't been a result, are you going to change your approach? If there has been a result, great job. Let's keep working in that direction. But that's really what it's all about. So we're here to communicate, to pass on the information, to communicate with the OPP on a regular basis, our detachment commander, and just bring all of your information to them and then back here to council so that people watching on television from home can actually hear what's happening in our community.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions for Chair Osborne? Yes, Councillor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Conton, through you to Mr. Osborne. Thank you very much for representing chairing the police board. I'm looking forward to having the board communicate the council's concerns and really confident that we can make some progress with safety issues that are around us every day. And I've been dealing with some issues in our downtown core already. I know Mayor Gordon, I've expressed my concerns with him, so I'm confident that these will get related and hopefully related to the OPP and our partners to come up with some solutions to make the downtown core a safer place. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Meredith. Are there any further questions? Seeing none. Mr. Osborne, thank you very much for coming and sharing your information about the work that you're doing with the police services. We're at a stage that we hope that you'll come back to inform council on the progression of the work that the police services is doing. It's about transparency. It's about finding solutions and finding issues to deal with. And you have a big job ahead with your committee, and wish you the best. And thank you for coming, for sharing the information this evening.
Thank you for the work you all do as well, staff and members of council. Thank you.
Council, we are now moving on to item 17. This is reports and other items withdrawn from the consent agenda for council's consideration. It includes presentations by consultants regarding a report under consideration. This evening, we have 6 items to go through. So there are motions to attach to these. And the first item we'll be looking at is, I'll read the item here. It's the staff report. The first one is staff report CSR 2023-40, amend 2023 fees and charges bylaw dated June 14th, 2023. 2023 be received, and that the amended fees and charges schedule attached to report CSR 2023-40 be approved, and that the amended 2023 composite fees and charges bylaw be brought forward for council's consideration. So I need a mover and a seconder on this. And we have a mover. Okay. Councilor Meredith. We have a seconder. Mayor Gordon. And I will read this because we're going to open this up for the discussion and questions, comments on this particular item. It was both. So, council, are there any further discussions on this that needs to be addressed? Councilor McDonald.
Just clarification that this was a report that was presented. It wasn't pulled. Is that correct?
No,
It wasn't in the consent agenda. Was it?
right.
Okay.
This item was brought forward
Yes.
from the consent agenda, so it's up for discussion potentially. If not, the motion will be read and passed. But that's why I asked council if there were any particular comments you would like to address on this matter. So, are there any further? Well, okay, but anyway, since there's no discussions, I'll read the motion and then, oh, I'm sorry. Who is that? Okay. Sorry, I have a staff member, the CFO, to respond to this.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, so there's really just three fees that are being either amended or added to this to this bylaw. The first planning zoning certificate fee. So that was the recommendation that came out of the study that you saw earlier tonight from Watson and Sean Michael. And so really that's where we're adjusting the planning zoning certificate fee basically to match sort of the size and scope of work completed by the planning department. So smaller applications will have a smaller fee. So currently all fees are being charged the same rate. And so under this proposed amendment, sort of smaller residential type applications will have a lower fee of $50 as opposed to the current $100 fee. Under finance, we are proposing the addition of a convenience fee for credit card transactions, transactions that are greater than $3,000, transactions that are of a development nature. So development charges, planning, engineering, building fees are under separate bylaw. And so those you'll see on the building bylaw as well. And then lastly, tax and water payments. And so this is totally new. And it's something that many municipalities are moving towards. And with the legislation that passed last fall, we are now essentially able to charge back the fee that we pay the credit card company to process these payments. Up until then, we were really hesitant to allow these tax and water payments to be paid by credit card, because then those costs are being borne by all taxpayers, which are then, increasing taxes and water, right? So under this method, and again, with the sort of the push to put more things online, I mean, everybody can buy anything today with a credit card. So, we're trying to expand our payment options. But with that, there would be a fee. This is really sort of targeted towards those people that like to collect points and, generally pay off their credit card balances. Myself, I would never recommend it as a payment method. We do have payment plans that we do offer that allow residents, taxpayers to plan for those monthly expenses, right? Having those expenses sort of spread out over 10 months as opposed to, a one-shot payment. Credit cards do come with significant fees. And so just, wanted to put that out there. But, for people and businesses, really more so businesses probably that are looking to collect, some points, they should be able to do so. But again, they would be paying that convenience fee. And so, does it outweigh the fee that you're paying? But that's up for them to decide. But yeah, essentially just keeping up with the times, allowing more payment options, but definitely not limiting our current options that we do have available to residents. Lastly, additional fee for special event applications. And so again, this would be a tiered fee based on the number of expected attendees to the event. And this fee is really just representing the time that our staff spend, with the event organizers planning the fee to make sure both our needs and their needs are met. And so there is a fee in the bylaw as well that is, like I said, tiered based on the number of attendees ranging from $50 to $300. And finally, the last amendment is just pulling out the building fee schedule. When we adopted the bylaw back in March, we inadvertently put the building fees in there, even though they already had their bylaw. So this is just a housekeeping type thing. So that's the extent of the recommendation in front of you. Thank you.
I'd like to thank the CFO for explaining and putting clarity to this motion. What I heard was there's an alternative. There are opportunities for being more efficient and effective in how we do business. So again, are there any questions from council? Councilor McDonald.
Just a question of clarification in regards to the tiered fees. I'm going to use an example of the bandstand at Little Lake Park. Someone brought to my attention that they hope to host something there, but they couldn't afford the fee. Is that one that would be considered if it was just a small band that wanted to do a thing?
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. I'll have one of the staff members respond. It would be the CFO responding. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through you to Councillor McDonald. So that would be more of a rental, like a town-owned facility rental that doesn't go through this application process. So this application process is really for third-party type events. So it would not apply, I guess, in short.
Are there any further questions from council? Oh, you have a comment, Councilor
Yeah,
Meredith?
comment on the tiered fees, once again, if we're looking at the $300 range in a tiered fee, what kind of work are staff time are we looking at? And whose staff time, like versus 100 people versus 300? Is there more? Like, just give me an example of what that would look like, because, thank you.
We'll have staff respond to the CFO.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through you to Councillor Meredith. A good example would be the Brookside Music Festival. That's I think August 12th, I want to say. So picnic tables, right? So, you know, it's not just the culture and tourism group. It's operations. It's you know, bigger the event, the more cleanup staff time required as well. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further questions? Yes, Your Worship.
I'm not entirely sure which application Councillor McDonald's referring to, but I know I've been involved in an email chain about a small band, a local band that we all love, that wasn't able to pull off, you know, hosting a little party there. And it wasn't the rental fee that was the prohibiting factor. It was the insurance that they had to take out to be there. And it's a pretty, insurance is the big party pooper, the fun governor these days. And I'm pretty sure it was the insurance that was a bridge too far for them. As I recall, I think I talked to you, Karen, about this. Anyway, no. Maybe not. You know what? Maybe it was Julie. Anyway, probably Julie, because it had to do with the insurance. But there are some things that, you know, you'd think would be really simple. It just gets the boys together or the girls together and have a band and good old time. But insurance comes and rains on the parade. If that's what I was thinking of. I don't want to say the band and embarrass the guy, but I think we're talking about the same one. So the other thing, kudos for us, you know, progressing, dragging ourselves into the latest decade by allowing credit card payments for just about everything now. And I do appreciate your cautionary tale, you know, because I want you to pay your taxes. Obviously, the town needs you to do that. But if the only way to do that is to take 18 to 28% interest on a card that you never seem to pay off, you know, then we want to work with you other ways rather than see you get into that kind of predatory credit circle of death that a lot of people live in and never crawl out of. So we don't want to be party to that. So we discourage folks from availing themselves of this new feature we have. And it really is, as you said, clearly targeted people that, you know, can afford to pay their credit cards off and maybe collect their Canadian Tire points and their air miles or whatever. So just, you know, just because you can doesn't mean you should. I think that's the takeaway here. And the finance department of all people are the people cautioning you about this. I just want to show you that's a really caring finance department because, you know, obviously they're tasked with collecting the taxes. They need it to run the organization, but we're not trying to collect at all costs. So if you do struggle paying your taxes and you're thinking of whipping out the MasterCard or the Visa, come on into the desk, talk to the staff first. And before, you know, we let you tap that. Actually, you can't tap that much probably, but before you use the credit card, let's try and find another solution for you that will work without you incurring all those extra fees. So thanks for bringing that in. I'm glad it's here. And I'm sorry I meant to cue the deputy mayor that he needed to talk to you because that's why this is pulled, because we wanted to make sure that this got aired and didn't just slide through as just another fees bylaw. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Worship, for that clarity and looking at other situations to given, you know, finding a solution. Are there any further questions? If not, I'm going to read the motion again and then we'll see if it's carried. Moved by Councillor Meredith, seconded by Mayor Gordon, that staff report CSR 2023-40 amend 2023 fees and the charges bylaw dated June 14, 2023 be received, and that the amended fees and charges schedule attached to report CSR 2023-40 be approved, and that the amended 2023 composite fees and charges bylaw be brought forward for council's consideration. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, that's carried.
Deputy Mayor, if I could, if this is allowable, I mean, as much as these meetings are probably enthralling for the folks that are sitting in the audience, I do notice that there's at least one party in the audience related to one of the items, land sale that we moved to this section. I'm just wondering if it's okay, we maybe deal with it now, so they don't have to sit here and linger with us. We could just deal with that topic next. So that would mean moving 10.4.11 CSR 2023-56 sale of 526 Bay Street, aka the parking lot downtown, to the next item to speak to. If I have consent from everybody, that would just be a courtesy for the folks that are in the room right now. And I'm not sure the other folks are in the room. Are you here for either the sled heads? You're just here because you're watching? Fantastic. Thank you for being here. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Your Worship. There is no order of on this, but there is a process, but there's no problem dealing with this item that you mentioned. So I'll bring this up as the second item then, and we'll move forward with that. I'll read the motion. I need a mover and a seconder on this. Councilor Prost. Seconder, Councilor Paul. I will read the motion. That staff report CSR 2023-56 of 526 Bay Street dated June 14th, 2023 be received, and that council approves the sale of 526 Bay Street, and that the bylaw 2023-44 be adopted, transferring the land from the municipality to the purchaser. You heard the motion. I'll open this up now for questions and comments or concerns from council. Yeah. Is there going to be any comments by staff on this? Yes. Acting CAO.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. 526 Bay Street was declared surplus a number of years ago by a previous council. We're working on a development at the time with a party, and that went through. So a sale never proceeded through the works. As you're aware, we've been bringing other properties that have been declared surplus in the town to council for consideration to sell, as we've been trying to find other sources of revenue within the town. So 526 Bay Street, we went through a public sale through a real estate agent. We listed the property for $459,000. And we received offers between $400,000 and $750,000. The recommendation in front of you is to accept the highest offer at $750,000. So it's above what the listing was for, and above what the estimated fair market value of that property is. And just so you are aware, that is contaminated property also, so there may be some slight discounting by the offer, the purchaser, because there is environmental cleanup to do on that site. So the recommendation is staff believe we're getting fair market value for that property. The purchaser is looking to put in a mixed use building, but would have some commercial on first floor and residential above that, and possibly a a four-story structure that would be within the zoning for the site.
Thank you for that, for the acting CAO providing that information. Council, are there any questions regarding this motion? Councilor Meredith.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Compton. Yeah, with regards to the sale, I have had some feedback from the community. Initially, when the surplus lands came up to council, this in the past couple months, this property was not listed on the sale. I do understand that it was deemed surplus in 2017. I think this property should have been on our list as well. I'm not sure these properties when they're deemed surplus, I guess they don't expire. So my question would be, when that deal fell through in 2017, why didn't a for sale sign go up on the property? I do recall that property being listed in surplus land for a brewery at the time. And that wasn't disclosed to the public. That was, and it was a very touchy subject at the time, and a lot of people were not happy with the decision. So I just didn't want to go down this same path, and I did get some disgruntled people with some merit, but I also on the business side of it, I understand this, and I don't think it's a bad thing for the community. The one thing that we did do, we did approve the sale of a 4th Street, the Parks Depot on surplus land. That one did not come to council, or it did not get a for sale sign on it. So I'm not sure what happened there. So that would be would come up a for sale sign without, because this council approved it, but let's say next term, 6 years from now, it pops up. I just don't want to make the same kind of mistake. I'd rather have it, freshened up, I guess, for the public to realize that it's going to go on the market, and maybe they have some time to put together some reasons why they would not like it for sale and to come in front of council. That's my only kind of the feedback that I've been getting. The downtown core with the farmers market as well had some issues, but they're not a long-term tenant there. So and I do realize the financial gains for the town, providing more housing for our community, and the commercial aspect is a win-win for the town. So I just wanted to make that comment. If you have any, if you want to, make any remarks towards those comments, feel free. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Would you like to respond to that, CAO? Or
Yeah, through you, when staff come forward to ask that properties become surplus at the time that debate happens, and if council approves it, staff in some cases look at the timing of when certain properties should go to market or not, or what is the what's that market like. You mentioned the Parks Depot. That project or that site, there's been some interest from some private developers out there. But as staff, we've also said, well, would that be a site for some social housing, community housing? So as a result of other discussions and working with the county, is it the right time to put that to market? The old operations yard, that site, we're looking at, although it's declared surplus, we have some interest on a long-term lease with the province on that we're investigating right now. So although we have authority to do something with it, do we take it to market today? So staff, once we ask for properties to be surplus, we just judge the market. We look at other opportunities, and sometimes we save properties in our hip pocket to see what we know council has other interests sometimes on housing developments, and if we, immediately went out and sold it before we gave council the opportunity to consider other options, is that the right thing? So the comment around why do we put some things on the market and some not? It depends on what the economy looks like. It depends what the market looks like, and it depends on what we think some of the things that might be coming down from council in the future on issues. But if the council says put it on the market tomorrow, we'll put 100% of our vacant properties on the market tomorrow. We're at the mercy of council.
Thank you, acting CAO on that. I do have Councillor Baldwin next, and Councillor McDonald.
Thank you. Mr. Campbell, I'm wondering if you can answer this possibly, since you mentioned the developer coming forward. Have they indicated anything about parking? Because if we are adding units down there and we are taking a parking lot away, that's a concern. I have another question after.
The acting CAO.
If the council approves the sale, a building development on that site would have to go through the town site plan approval process, and adequate parking for the commerce part and for the residents would be considered as part of the site plan approval process, and we do have specific rules on that.
Thank you. Do you have a follow-up, Councillor Baldwin? Another question?
I just, sorry, I just have something else in regards to the farmer's market. I think that, yes, Councillor Meredith, you're talking about them not being a long-term tenant, but I that is true, but I think that we owe it to them to at least have another site in mind and put in place while we're debating selling this. I think it's a tourist attraction. It's a community event. And it's been in that parking lot for a long time. I know they had another site previous to this, but I think just for our consideration to our residents and the community, we should have another site in place before we do this.
Any responses from staff on this regarding this?
Certainly the town has many spots they could hold a farmer's market. It could be down in the grassy areas at the marina. It could be up at the arena. We have it could be right across the street on 509 Bay Street that we own. So we have other opportunities, and I think Karen will be working with them to find a suitable location for next year.
Thank you, acting CAO, with the different options. I had Councillor McDonald, but then I have Councillor Meredith. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm glad to hear that we're working with the farmers market. That was one of my concerns. And I guess because the fact that they felt slighted and not the opportunity to be considered that with the sale. I wasn't following the previous council, so I wasn't aware that that was even declared a surplus. Maybe that's my problem. But perhaps in the future, we could have a list of our surplus properties and inventory. But my question, those are comments. My question is in regards to your statement that there might be a slight discount to clean up. Your vision of slight and the purchaser's vision of slight and my vision of slight. So was there a limit that we can say, or no discount? Could we pass the motion, no discount? This is it.
The acting CEO, or just, do you have a response?
Yeah, the realtor's estimate for the property was 425 to 445,000. We got an offer above that. So my comment was, it is, if someone thought it was worth millions, it is. So I don't know what the value of that cleanup is. The developer would have built that into their price. But from our real estate evaluation prior to putting it on market, we listed it at a number higher than what the real estate estimate was. And we got an offer that was almost double what we had thought. So I just really the comment on the environmental cleanup, that'll be the responsibility of the developer, but
A follow-up, Councillor McDonald.
Clarification. did our offers or our listing suggest we would be responsible for any cleanup?
The acting CAO.
The listing identified and provided the environmental reports, identifying that was contaminated, and that is full responsibility of the purchaser. So the buyer was given all the environmental reports, or anyone was, it was part of the listing, so it was full disclosure from the town, and you know, the offers we got fully were aware of the circumstances.
My final comment then, that it was full disclosure. They offered $750. They must feel the values there. I wouldn't support discounting something that we fully disclosed.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting that we're discounting anything. I'm just saying, you know, we got an offer higher than what we thought we'd get and what the real estate estimate was. And that higher price was because of the tight marketplace, and we got multiple offers.
Thank you very much for that. I'm gonna go back to Council Emeritus.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Conton, through you to acting CAO, CAO, Mr. Campbell. Just a comment on our last your last conversation. So when something gets put on for surplus land, I was under the impression that when I voted on it, that property, all those properties listed would be up for sale. So that was my impression. So I guess next time we put surplus property on and we want to see it all on, I guess we put a motion or something on there, or be clear on what's going to be presented for sale and what's going to be held back in our pockets for a later date, I guess. So the other question I had about regarding parking, there was an impact study on parking. When I imagine probably years ago, I remember it coming up in council. So with the future development of Midland Bay Landing happening, would this and then this property selling, would we have sufficient parking for growth, for the growth expected in our downtown core and Midland Bay Landing and tourism and so forth?
Your Councillor, do you have a response to that, acting CAO?
The planning department, who know from years ago when Wes Crown was here, he was looked after the parking and development downtown. So I believe the study was done prior to me coming here in 2014, 15, I believe. I'm not sure, and I don't think and there is no planning staff here that would recall that era. My understanding at the time was that there was sufficient parking space in the downtown area, and Midland Bay Landing as an example. If that ever gets developed, you know, that it would, part of that development would have parking and public parking and parking for the businesses or whatever the residential units are as part of it. So my understanding is there is sufficient parking downtown.
Thank you for that, acting CAO. Are there any further follow-ups or questions regarding this matter? Your worship.
Thanks. Just a few things to comment on. So the, we've all got the same emails from the current people, like the farmers market that use this. So this was brought to their attention in April. So it's not like this just, they learned about it in the newspaper last week. They knew staff was forthright with them, explaining that this was going to happen. This is not a parking lot, it's not like we're surplusing parking lots in town, right? Killing parking off. This was a piece of surplus land that was destined for development. And when the development tanked, we just used it as a parking lot because we didn't have anything else to do with it. So it's being enjoyed as a parking lot, and clearly from the photos that we had all received today, and we all know that people are parking on it because it's a place to park and it's near your business. And why would you want to park way over there if you can park right there across the street? So the concern about, the town maybe not being fully cooperative or letting the farmers market know, which is a nonprofit organization, a business. right? That I think pays us $653 a year to exist and to use our parking lot. God bless. I have nothing, no axe to grind with this at all, but it's being characterized that somehow we're doing, doing something wrong here. So the problem is that any other nonprofit, pick one, there's dozens that operate here. They have leases, insurance, employees, buildings, all kinds of overhead. The fact they're a nonprofit, forget that, they're a business. And they have to take responsibility for where they operate, and they need to have plans for, if they need to expand, these kind of things. So quite frankly, this loosely run organization that, many people love, and I have no particular issue with it at all. I think it's a little disingenuous to characterize us as being the big bad bully, pulling their space out from underneath them, no notice. Nothing could be further from the truth. The town's been working with them right from the very early days in April when we notified them. But I've said this online and I'll repeat it again. The onus is not on the town to find them a new place to operate. They are a business. Their onus is on them. If we have qualifying lands that we'd like to give up for $653 a year for them to operate on, I 100% support that. But what I don't like is the insinuation, and I read this in the emails, and I got one today that I probably shouldn't have gotten, is that somehow, we're out to sabotage them or we're giving them a hard time because we're selling this lot. To put this in perspective, the person who bought the lot is a local taxpayer and a businessman who's built and developed housing in this organization, in this town for many, many people. Successful business owner. This isn't some speculator from Toronto that bought it to sit on it. They bought this thing, paid double almost what we were asking. So there's an influx of, $250,000 is 1% on our tax rate. We're getting, 700 plus for this property as a one-time influx. On top of that, he's not, I'm going to say he, because we know who he is, he's sitting in the room. He's not going to sit on it and speculate, right? Or turn it into a paid parking lot, which he could because he owns it, right? Or he will if we approve this tonight. He's going to develop housing, and he's going to do intensification, which is exactly what the province and good planning requires us to do, grow in our downtowns rather than sprawling onto our rural areas and our secondary growth areas. The plan for this is commercial, which we all need. That's an economic driver in our community and employers, and also residential. Is it affordable? No, of course not. Right? It's not, no one's asking for DC forgiveness. We're not putting in rent geared income with bay views downtown on prime land. That's absurd. Even the county would never even do that. So what's being proposed here is to me, fantastic land use, a massive influx of cash. I think, quite frankly, the person probably overpaid for it, but God love him. And, and he's going to deal with remediation, and he's going to build businesses, and he's going to build housing in our downtown core. And the alternative is a parking lot that we make nothing from, that we pay taxes on, and that we rent for $653 a year. So this is a business. This corporation is a business. This isn't even a question. Like this shouldn't even have come to us for a vote. Like this is just so absurd. So I don't want to, I'll play the heavy here, and that's why I'm trying to drop this reality bomb on everybody. This is not big bad town of Midland doing what was done last time, which was a pocket backroom deal to try and bring some ED into town. And that brought the ire of several people, including actually, ironically, the person who's buying it now. And rightly so, because the whole thing was backroom. This wasn't. This went on the MLS, and the people that were using it were notified in April. So I just want to clear the air, because we've all been getting the emails and the innuendo that comes with it. We will work with the farmers market. We like the farmers market. We see the value in it. We're happy to help them find a new home, but let's keep this in perspective here. We can't just make everything free and just give everything away and forego every opportunity to try and bring some money into the town, or we're just going to have to stop complaining when we have 10% tax increases, right? So I feel like I'm a bit on my soapbox about this, but the emails that I got kind of bothered me about this, in case you hadn't noticed, and I just want to clear the air tonight in this motion while we're talking about it. So that's my stump speech on this, and clearly I'll be supporting it. So.
Thank you for your worship, for sharing your thoughts on this. As a council, we're here to find solutions to given problems, and I think that's what we've been tasked to do. But we also have to look at the opportunities that come forth, and I think one ways outweighs the other. But in response for the future, there's going to be a balance to find alternatives to meeting the needs of other community members. I think that's what we have to address. So thank you for sharing your information. This is what democracy is all about, is to share information and make decisions. And I think the fact that we have to listen to the facts and opinions. So that's what a role of a council is supposed to do. Are there any further questions regarding this item? No. With that, I'm going to read the motion again. Moved by Councillor Post, seconded by Councillor Ball, that staff report CSR 2023-56, sale of 526 Bay Street dated June 14th, 2023 be received, and that council approved the sale of 526 Bay Street, and that the bylaw 2023-44 be adopted, transferring the land from the municipality to the purchaser.
And a recorded vote, please, if I could. This is
I
pretty
have a
important.
recorded vote here. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Okay, council, you've heard the motion. When I call your name, please indicate yes or no. Councillor Prost,
Yes.
Councillor Meredith,
Yes.
Councillor McDonald,
Yes.
Councillor R. Bald,
Yes.
Councillor East, can you just put your hand up for yes? Thank you. Councillor J. Ball,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Conton,
Yes.
Mayor Gordon.
Yes.
Okay, that's 8-4, 0 no. Motion is carried.
Thank you. That's been carried. Thank you for that healthy discussion. We are now going to move on to item the staff report for CSR 2023-41 Midland Bay Landing Development Update dated June 14th, 2023 be received, and that council authorize staff to issue a new request for proposals for the entire Midland Bay Landing site, and that council agrees in principle to providing financial incentives to the successful developer as outlined in this report as a contribution to the construction of the public realm to make the project financially viable. Do I have a mover on this? Councilor Prost? Seconder, Councilor Ball? We will, does acting CAO want to just comment on the report just briefly, summarize it?
I can, but given we're coming up to 10 o'clock, can I put a motion, or the clerk has a motion to extend for you council's consideration before we get into this discussion?
Okay.
Yeah, we're going into overtime, so
Yeah.
we need to have a motion to clear that.
Okay.
And then actually, Deputy Mayor, rather than getting staff to give the whole summary of
Yeah.
this piece, I have an amendment that I'd like to table
Yeah.
that will trump it, so we can discuss on that first.
Okay.
Just will save Andy's lips.
Okay, I need a motion to be moved by Mayor Gordon. And I have seconded by Counselor East. I'll read the motion that pursuant to the section 9.2C procedural bylaw 2022-2, council agrees to remain in session past 10 o'clock PM in order to deal with the remaining items included on the agenda. All in favor? Any opposed? Someone? That's carried. Thank you. Without going into, as recommended by the mayor, we're going to approach this from an amended approach to the motion. I'll pass this now to his worship.
Thank you. It just quite frankly, I want to interrupt this process so that we're not voting on a solution tonight, and I'll provide the rationale when we discuss the proposed amendment. So I'm moving the amendment on this, and I just need a seconder. And the amendment is quite simply that we receive this report for information only and don't vote tonight. And I'll explain my rationale if I get a seconder and we beat this up here. Okay. Yeah, we got a couple over there. Okay, so the reason why I'm recommending that we don't follow the staff recommendation in here or any other recommendation on this report and simply receive it for information is that, as we all know, we have a new CAO. The offer is out. We just got a little finessing and tweaking to do, things we can't always talk about in open session. And we expect to have a new CAO to announce to the world with a start date middle of July. I think it would be wholly unfair of us, knowing how imminent this hire is for our top staffer, to make a decision on something of this magnitude that's going to stretch through this term and beyond without their input. And so what I'm suggesting is receive this for input or for information only, and that during that, I'm assuming that the hire is successful during their first 4 months as they're drinking from the fire hose, with all the many things that they have to get up to speed on. They work with Mr. Campbell to understand the background research that he diligently did before he went off on his vacation to prepare this report for us with options. And perhaps this new top person in our municipality and the wealth of experience they have in their Rolodex and their funding sources, and who knows, we don't know what we don't know yet. And it would be, I think it'd be a real shame for us to make a decision on this report, no matter what we chose, without involving the input of our new chief administrative officer. That's why, as much as we did press Mr. Campbell to create this report and get it back to us, and he diligently did before he went off on his bike trip, I'm suggesting now that we receive it as information, don't vote on anything else, and we'll get this in the hands of our new CAO in the weeks to come, and expect it back sometime fallish, reasonably September, when we start to have our normal council meetings again. With the perhaps it'll be redux, or maybe it'll have something new on it. But regardless, we'll have the blessing and the fingerprints of our new chief on it. And then council will be tasked to make the decision. So I'm deferring the pain of ripping that Band-Aid off. That's all I'm asking.
Thank you, your worship. I'm just going to read the new motion and then we'll open up for discussion. This is moved by Mayor Gordon, seconded by Councillor Meredith. That staff report CSR 2023-41 Midland Bay Landing Development Update dated June 14th, 2023 be received for information. Are there any comments or questions regarding this matter? Councillor Prost.
I just have a comment. I'm glad we're not going to vote on anything tonight, and we're waiting for our CAO, but I also am pleased because I think we also need to include the public. Public consultation has to be done. We've done so much this far, and we can't just go full speed ahead without doing this right, because this can't be done again. So I'm glad for the hold, not just for our new CAO, but for our public, for our taxpayers. It's their land.
Thank you,
Mayor
Councillor.
Gordon.
Any other questions, Councillor Ball?
Thank you. Yeah, that is what I was going to say too. I don't want to vote on this issue at all until I mean, a lot of us ran on the fact of listening to the public and giving them that public consultation. And so far we've just been voting and this has come forward a few times. And I think that we at least need to put out a survey if we're not going to do it in person. So that we know what our public even wants, because we don't know that yet. And I think I agree 100% with you, Councillor Prost. We need to include the public in this before we are up here making a choice about what we want to do with the land.
Any other comments or questions? Mayor Gordon.
Thank you, Council, for bringing up the public consultation component of this. That is part of the rationale for this, because as the new CAO gets up to speed on this, part of getting up to speed will be learning about the commitments we all made leading up to the election and how we intend to honor them and have been thus far. So that is really important. And shaping the narrative around those public sessions, much like the last ones were with a developer who had a plan, and the deal was to try and sell the plan to the public and listen to improvements to the plan the public made. That's no longer part of the process. So we have a lot more fluidity now. And this report that Mr. Campbell prepared with 6 options, that likely will form the basis for the public consultation, where people can understand what the costs are, the drawbacks, the risks, the benefits. And so rather than having a public meeting where people say, hey, why don't we build an airport on it? Or, why don't we make a marina? We'll be working within the realistic confines of how do we balance the need for public open space as part of this property with very real economic needs that you've heard me already champion tonight, of this organization and our long-term prosperity. So that is all going to happen. I can promise you that one of our first things we're going to do when we meet our new CAO in our individual meetings is express how critical it is to engage the public in this major decision. And that gives us some breathing room. And I'm not going to hold them to September, first week of September, because we're trying to pull off that symposium with the county then too. This might mean that this is going to be a November-ish thing or a December-ish thing. The land isn't going anywhere. Arguably, there is interest from developers right now, but I think the community's input needs to trump that, and that's all been abundantly clear from all of you. So, I think that this is the right thing to do, and I'm really glad that it's being supported for we'll call it a deferral, but we're receiving it for probation, too, with a promise of to be continued in the near future.
Thank you, Your Worship. Are there any further comments regarding this item? I'll read the motion again from the second one. Moved by Mayor Gordon, seconded by Councillor Meredith. That staff report CSR 2023-41 Midland Bay Landing Development Update, June 14th, 2023, be received for information. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, that's carried. Okay. Okay, we are now on to another report that was pulled. This is the staff report CSR 2023-48, Town Official Plan Amendment number 1, update and next steps dated June 14, 2023 be received as information. I need a mover on this. Councillor Ball. Seconder, Councillor Prost. Do we have a brief update on this by staff? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just I'll give a brief kind of overview of the report, and then I'll turn it over to Mr. Kane to go more in depth. So as council may recall, in the March meeting, there was a report that was to come forward in relations to OPA 1. And what OPA 1 was doing was trying to update our official plan policies in regards to
all the latest bills that were being passed by the province, in particular, the regulations that were coming into effect for July 1st, which put in strict deadlines of when decisions need to be made on certain types of applications. Otherwise, we'd have to start refunding applications, the application fees. Previous executive director Farr did a lot of great work in establishing the groundwork for us. It was a lot to digest, but a lot of the nuts and bolts are in there to help us as we move forward with what we're proposing through this report. So we've had discussions with regards to what was originally drafted with the County of Simcoe and some of the planning consultants who do quite a bit of work within the municipality and taking in their suggestions that they're hearing from their clients who are substantial builders within the municipality, but also what makes planning sense in their opinion, their professional planning opinion. So what we're proposing is that we take what was originally proposed and phase it out. We've in anticipation with that, we do have to keep in mind, excuse me, that July 1st deadline, because we don't want to refund applications on the current applications that are in pre-con. We're not too worried that we won't be able to get something in place to refund those fees. So we do feel fairly confident that if we do get a new application in after July 1st, that we will be able to process it within the specified times under the Act. So perhaps what I'll do, Mr. Chair, is I'll turn it over to Mr. Kane now, and he can go through in detail the different phases that we're proposing and what the milestones are, so that council's aware of what we're going to be laying out for you, and when the expectation is when we will be coming back for each one of those phases to be checked off in order to get to where the original report was recommending in terms of the in-depth and making sure that we're compliant with all these recent changes that the provincial government has been implementing. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kane, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and members of council. Good to see you again. I'm standing between you and getting home eventually, so I'll try and make this as brief as I can. Just before we get into the staging, some of the considerations that were heard as part of that previous report, there was public comments received that Mr. Farquharson referred to. Those comments haven't been forgotten. They've certainly been taken into consideration when we restructured the approach of implementing these changes that are in the legislation in the Planning Act in Ontario. Some of the concerns were there was a perception of increased red tape, by making a complex process, potentially more complex. And that's certainly something that we didn't want to perpetuate, with any changes that we do. The extended pre-consultation that was being proposed before, which many municipalities have adopted, is seen by many, has been challenged by many, as just a way to circumvent the improvements in efficiency that the province is trying to achieve. So I'll talk about that a little bit more moving forward and how we're going to avoid that. The other key concern too was just the extent of what a complete application is and how much information needs to be in the hands of staff moving forward. And then finally, just, there wasn't all the details. It was a very detailed report. There's still some details that we're going to have to be ironed out, and that lack of detail was also creating uncertainty within the development community and other stakeholders as well. So when staff was deciding about how to break up this larger report and make it more implementable, we looked at what the risk would be to the town by doing that. The immediate risk was that because of the size of the report and the extent of the changes being made, was that there quite likely could have been appeals to the Ontario Legislative Tribunal, Ontario Lands Tribunal, sorry, that would result in significant time and cost to the municipality, probably likely exceeding what any rebates and application fees would be, if we weren't in place and ready for July 1st. So that was one of the main things that we wanted to take into account, was that element of risk, certainly from a financial point of view, what the real risk was of what that difference in application fees would be if they came into play, those rebates, versus the cost to fight potentially at the OLT and the expensive cost of doing that. As Ms. Farquharson alluded to, the volume of applications is slightly less this year for whatever reason. So those applications, there aren't as many applications in. The pre-consultation, there's already pre-consultation taking place. And those applications are getting off on a good foot. And as by evidenced, in the quite large agenda tonight, council is seeing the benefit of that collaboration and the hard work that the planning department is doing under the direction of Mr. Parkinson. So, again, that risk is reduced because, there is that collaboration moving forward. And developers aren't so ready to pull the trigger, when that 120th day ticks over and their application doesn't have a decision yet. So for all those reasons, that's why we decided to chunk it off into the phases that are presented in the report. Also, too, I just want to keep in mind, the town doesn't need any changes to take place to meet those new legislative deadlines. The town doesn't need to make any changes to the official plan or the fees. They can keep processing applications as they have been doing, albeit in a more efficient process to try and meet those deadlines. But, quite frankly, the tools are in place to process those applications. The idea of the OPA 1 report was to, how to get better quality applications in the door and how to make sure those applications are more complete so that Mr. Parkinson's team is, has something better to deal with and makes it easier for that team to get better quality recommendations. And most importantly, have council have high quality applications coming before you so that you can make the right decisions in that chair that you hold. So that's basically what the three phases are that are attempting to do the way that we're doing it. They're in the spirit of Bill 109, which is the proposed change in legislation to build more homes faster and to make this process more efficient. So essentially phase 1, that's what's been earmarked for September 23. And that's basically doing the minimum amount of changes required to the official plan, to the fees bylaw, and establishing an initial framework for pre-consultation, doing those things that will maximize or I guess minimize the risk of applications and the refunds having to be put in place sooner rather than later. So that's proposed to be done for September, or come back to council for consideration in September 2023. And that will be the first step towards implementing these new legislative changes. Hopefully there's not 6 more behind it at that point in time, but it is summer recess at the province, so we should be good to line ourselves up for September. The next phase of the process is dealing with site plan control. So that's the more detailed planning considerations that go into the applications, the detailed design. It's a more complex and more detailed process. It also, ironically, is the process that has, the least amount of time allocated for it in terms of the legislation. So because of that, a bit more time and more specificity is going to be added to that phase and look specifically at that process and move that forward for November 2023. And then finally, the third process or the third phase is the wider development review process. And as we heard in the previous application about the benefits of having a new CAO, and I'm sure Mr. Campbell is going to be devastated not to be dealing with this as well. But one of the benefits of having a new CAO and new senior leadership, is that there will be opportunities to input into that development review process that, the town's already undertaken and had external advice on, but certainly to make that a town of Midland exercise specifically and implement that across the organization by delaying that third phase till January 2023, that will provide that time for input throughout the leadership team moving forward. So those are the three phases in a nutshell. In terms of financial impact, there may be additional staff time and resources to, try and make these deadlines in the interim basis. But, once that first phase is complete, the fees bylaw has been updated to some degree, then that will help cost recover some of those potential fees moving forward. But that will certainly form part of that report and that analysis will be presented then. And certainly this report, it's not a recommendation report, but it certainly lines itself well with the strategic priorities of council that I believe were adopted in May of this year in terms of stabilizing and streamlining service delivery. So certainly those phases and the approach has been made to help deliver those strategic priorities. So I'm available for any questions without any, but thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Kane, for updating us and looking at the efficiency, being effective in terms of dealing with the official plan and those amendments that are need to address a positiveness for the future in terms of how we deal with our clients, particularly developers, but you know, you're dealing with a lot of legislations coming down. And I think the work that you've done solidifies that that the town is being very positive in being reactive to this on our steps. So thank you very much. I'm going to open this up to council. Are there any questions regarding this matter? Your worship.
Thanks. More of an observation. There aren't a posse of developers and planners, you know, in the audience this time, you know, clearly with unhappy looks on their face are approaching the podium. So kudos to the team. I know our previous director of planning got the ball rolling on this and wrote an extensive OPA 1 that, you know, maybe was a bit aggressive, you know, in timelines. You know, I knew exactly what he was trying to do with it though, and we need to get there on almost all those points. It just an all at once approach, I think, wasn't resonating with our development partners. So I think what you've done now with obviously with your meetings and collaboration with them, because they're not here, is you've, you know, just changed the narrative a little bit with them and give them obviously reassurance that we're going to have this phased in approach, what I think is a very responsible way to go. Doesn't put the municipality at any risk to meet the milestones that are and targets that are imposed upon us by the government, you know, the ultimate upper tier. So I think this is a good measured approach and clearly one that's resonating with the people who we need to keep happy, which is the development community, because the alternative is, you know, appeals, costs, consultants, lawyers, and if it has anything to do with impeding the creating housing in Ontario, likely the loss at OLT, because it's pretty clear signal from the current government what happens to you if you try and get in the way of the growth plan. So I think we're all trying to, you know, play the cards we're dealt, building the airplane as we're flying it, and I like the approach that your team has taken, even though I realize you're down by one. You're coping and doing a great job, and I appreciate the help of our contract and outsourced experts to fill in those blanks. So, and the reality is, council, the reliance on outsourced and contract work is not without its cost. You know, just basically a typical cost of a contractor versus an FTE is like double. But we're getting through the backlog. We're getting the expert advice we need right now. And there, in case you haven't missed or haven't read the news articles, there's a chronic shortage of planners in the province, and it's only going to get worse. So I think with all of the sort of deck stacked against you, I'm elated just to see the progress that Midland's, you know, obviously making now with the plethora of site plan and all the stuff you bring to my desk with those 800 pages and sign here stickies. I know it's growth that's happening in our community, and as we spoke to earlier, we can't, you know, compel the developers to pull the building permits and get shovels in the ground, but we can bring them to the threshold. And your small but mighty team is pulling that off. So it's not going unnoticed, and I love this phased approach, and I look forward to seeing it as it phases in, and getting emails that I'm getting now from development community going, man, what happened to your guys? I'm like, you know, they're working with you. That's great. It's all we can ask. So keep it up.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. Any other comments, questions from council? Seeing none, I'm going to read the motion again. This is moved by Councillor Ball, seconded by Councillor Prost. That staff report CSR 2023-48 Town Official Plan Amendment Number 1, update and next steps dated June 14, 2023, be received as information. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, that's carried. Thanks very much for the planning department on the work. I'm going to now move on to the next. I maybe need a drink of water because I have to read. I need a mover in the sector on this. I'll read it. Do I have a mover? Councilor Prost. Need a seconder? Councilor McDonald. I'll read the motion. That staff report CSR 2023-55 sled head heads for kids dated June 14, 2023 be received, and that the formal approval of the sled heads for kids Guinness World Records events be granted, and that 24-hour relay for kids World Record Challenge with DACA teams be given permission to allow a single snowmobile to run a course on Georgian Bay continuously from 11 a.m. on Thursday, February 15, 2024 through to Friday, February 16, 2024, finishing at approximately 11 a.m. The 24-hour relay for kids World Record Challenge female solo bracket be given permission to allow a single snowmobile to run a course on Georgian Bay continuously from 11 a.m. on Saturday, February 10th, 2024 through to Sunday, February 11th, 2024, finishing at approximately 11 a.m. The attempt for the world's largest parade of snowmobiles takes place in Little Lake Park on Saturday, January the 20th, 2024, from 7 a.m. till 7 p.m. So there are four items to this motion. You read the report. I'm going to ask, there's no staff comments on this or introductory, but I'll open up to council for questions. Unless, is there staff going to report on this? No? Yes, acting CAO.
We'll respond to questions and
Yeah, okay,
that council.
that's perfect. Okay, any questions, Councilor Meredith?
I just have one. We approved the sled this last year. But did it actually happen?
Yeah, through the chair to Councilor Meredith, the event didn't happen this past winter. The team challenge didn't happen due to poor ice conditions. So they're looking to attempt it again in 2024.
Okay, thank you. I didn't think it happened.
Thank you from staff for that response. Councilor McDonald.
Thank you. I had the motion or the report polled and seconded the motion to get it on the tables to have the opportunity to oppose the suggestion. I opposed it the last time. I was in the minority, obviously, and it didn't happen. I just think that the noise, I know you say it's within acceptable radar, but for 24 hours, I think it might disturb some residents. The pollution, I know it's just one snowmobile, but it's going constantly for 24 hours. And then what wasn't in last year's proposal, I don't think, was closing Little Lake Park. This is something new. I think we tried closing Little Lake Park for a bikers reunion or something, and there was a great deal of community disgruntled about it. So I'm not in support of closing the Little Lake Park. And I'm not super excited about hosting the longest sled parade. I guess everyone's entitled to an opinion, but I won't be supporting this recommendation.
Thank you, Councilor McDonald. Are there any other questions from council? Seeing none, you heard the motion. All in favor? Oppose? That's carried. We are on the last item here, so I need a mover on this and a seconder. Do I have a mover, Councilor Ball? Second, Councilor Post. I will read the motion. That staff report CSR 2023-57 sale of 415 William Street dated June 14th, 2023 be received, and that council approve the sale of 415 William Street, and that the bylaw 2023-45 be adopted, transferring the land from the municipality to the purchaser. You heard the. Do I have a staff member to provide information, just the background? The acting CAO?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, this property on William Street, the realtor estimated the value to be between $115,000, $125,000. We listed it for $129,000. We received multiple bids ranging from $139,000 to $171,000 for the property. The recommendation of the report is to accept the highest offer. This, as noted before, as part of the disclosures through the sale process, the zoning on this is open space, and the purchaser, when they develop it, will have to go through a rezoning at their cost and risk, and they're fully aware of that.
Thank you, acting CAO. Are there any questions from council regarding this matter? Your worship.
Thanks. Just so it doesn't seem like I was picking on the parking lot. Again, another piece of surplus property that was declared surplus. This one, I wasn't aware of anybody actively looking to buy it or develop it. But again, we need to raise some money. It's just sitting there doing nothing. So let's throw it on to MLS and see what kind of nibbles we get. And we seem to do all right on it. Again, we don't have the power to compel a buyer to, we can't tell someone, hey, listen, unless you're going to develop on it right away, you can't buy this. So I don't know if this went to a speculator who's going to just sit on it, or if they're planning on, coming to us with some site plan ideas. Doesn't matter, they own the land. They can do what they like with it. So, and they have issues around natural heritage that, are our problems that we're going to have to deal with. And to staff's credit, they've come up with some creative ideas to get around some natural heritage roadblocks for some other properties. So that same, thinking hat that they're putting on could very easily help this developer when the time comes, and could be an incentive to, get building on this property. So again, kudos to staff. To Councillor McDonald's point, though, it might be handy for us if you could circulate the laundry list of surplus property, just so we have it, what's left. Because I think there was one up at my place anyway, in a residential street. I don't know if that's sold yet. That was something we kicked around last time. Obviously, we had the postage stamp out on Lakewood Drive that we opted to, we won't speak about it again for a while. I guarantee it's going to have to come back at some point. But we have these properties that have the ability to raise capital, not only one-time capital for us in the sale, but the recurring revenue stream and providing homes. So that's, I don't know what the plan is for this William Street lot, but it's a beautiful bush lot, and I love trees like the next guy. I got a bunch in my backyard. But these now are turning into money trees for us and helping us fill our dwindling reserves. And with any luck, spawning some growth, whether it be economic development in the form of commercial activities, which this could host this site, or rezoning application to host residential. Just imagine the views of the bay if you built an apartment complex on there similar to what's just up the road from it, and the magnificent views of our Georgian Bay. So there's lots of opportunities. So I'm glad this one went up for sale again on MLS. Nothing backroom or untowards. And I suspect we'll probably see some more vacant property in town that has development capability come before this council. Step one is declaring it surplus. And normally that's where we end until we approve the sale. Staff do their thing when they think the timing's right, or if they have developers sniffing around, they'll do all this in the background, and they'll bring a great deal to us, like what they're doing tonight. So just supporting what we're doing here. If we're not going to make it in parking and other areas, then we need to look for other revenue sources. And I'm glad that we're doing these sales right now, although not everything's for sale. And to be clear, we're not looking around for other parking lots to declare them surplus. It's not open season on parking lots. It was just that one.
Thank you, your worship. Are there any further questions regarding this matter? Councillor Ball.
Hi, it's actually just in reference to what Mayor Gordon was saying about the surplus lands list. I did ask for that at budget time, so I'm hoping, is there a formal process to getting that I need to state, or?
No, we will provide that list.
Okay, well, you gave an answer to that, all right? Thank you. Next question is from Councillor Ball. I see. No questions from Councillor Ball. Any further comments, questions? Seeing none, I'd like to read them. Oh, sorry, the Meredith, no, it's okay.
I was just gonna ask, the proceeds that, you know, that we're getting from these lands, are they put into reserves, or, you know, there was talk about, you know, get our tax rate down, or does this go into reserves and then kind of have it there for investing, or what are we gonna do with these monies?
Our CFO will respond to this.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I believe the recommendation in both reports was to put into the sustainability reserve. And you know, that reserve is basically funding our infrastructure renewal, right? So in the short term, yes, definitely can be put into short-term investments to gain some interest on it. But yeah, definitely it will be utilized within our long-term plan. Less debt, probably not less taxes, but less debt. I'll go with that.
Thank you. Any further questions regarding this? Seeing that, I'm going to read the motion one more time. Moved by Councillor Ball, seconded by Councillor Post, the staff report CSR 2023-57, sale of 415 William Street dated June 14th, 2023 be received, and that council approved the sale of 415 William Street, and that the bylaw 2023-45 be adopted, transferring the land from the municipality to the purchaser. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, that's carried. I just had another item placed before me. This is the staff report, CSR 2023-43, request for a draft plan extension, Midland Bay Estate subdivision dated June 14th, 2023 be received, and that council grants an extension of draft plan of subdivision pursuant to section 51 bracket 33 of the Planning Act for the Midland Bay Estates draft plan of subdivision file number MD-T 0001 being 251, 311 and 353 Fuller Avenue for a period of 2 years to June 28th, 2025. I need a mover on this. Any movers? Council Rose. Seconder. Council Meredith. Yeah, Janet, I'm sorry. I guess this is just a continuation. I'm gonna ask our acting CAO to comment on this.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. At the start of the agenda, coming out of the in-camera session, there was a resolution that pertains to this report as a result of our settlement negotiations with the developer. We've had to walk this report on the last minute because the draft plan will expire prior to our next council meeting. So we had the discussion about this with you as part of our settlement negotiations. This report although it hasn't out there publicly, we need this recommendation passed and this report would be published tomorrow on our website. But it is, part of the settlement negotiations that we extend the draft plan. And if you have any questions, Steve certainly answer them.
Thank you. I'm just going to ask council if there's any questions for the planning department on this. Any questions for council? Seeing none? You heard the motion? All in, oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
To vote.
Eh?
I was voting with the baseball bat.
Oh, okay. I thought
Not
you
me in
had,
the first division.
you heard the motion? All in favor? Any opposed? Got one. Okay. That's carried. We are now on number 18, notices of motion. Are there any notices of motion this evening from council? Opposed?
I have a notice of motion. I don't have it in front of me, though.
If it's pertaining to our previous deputation, if you make a general motion, we'll work out some wording for the next.
No, I had put in a notice of motion.
That's a different section.
No. There it is.
Your motion is that you previously put in is later in the agenda. This is,
Okay, but it's not on the floor tonight. It's just a notice of motion, right? Or is it? Either way, it doesn't matter. I'll wait for it. Sorry about
Okay.
that.
Just to clarify, a notice of motion will be presented to you to read, and then we'll go from there. The staff will prepare them. Is that right, acting CEO?
I think what Councillor Pros is confusing this with her motion for which notice was given, which happens in the regular when it goes back to me. So we'll be debating the motion where notice was given tonight. What I thought we're going to read in was the one for Jay, which is just a notice of motion, which we don't debate tonight. You're just reading it on the record, and we're going to talk about it in the July meeting, whatever that date is.
yes. So my comment was if one counselor wishes to read some general motion about the Pride crosswalk when the agenda is published, we'll sort out the exact wording, but if you want to put something on the floor or not. And-
Paul?
Thanks. I'd like to put a notice of motion in to approve the Pride crosswalks on the basis that they are fully funded by the external organization, not by taxpayers and not by the town. And that we will, I guess, be in talks with them about what that looks like in the future.
Thank you. Does staff have that? Thank you. Councillor McDonald.
I would like to put forward a notice of motion requesting staff to prepare a report on prohibiting feeding wild animals within the town of Midland. That's broad enough. And just a comment on the previous notice of motion. I hope it takes in not just the rainbow crosswalk, the other culture. The culture corner should be culture sort of thing. I would like to see that in the report as well.
Thank you, Councillor. So we had two statements regarding the first motion for the wildlife, and then the second was adding to the first. And so I'm not quite sure you're going to address this in terms of meeting those requirements?
We'll try and work out a resolution between the two councillors that will be posted for the public agenda when we come back to council.
And if I could add, in regards to the wildlife feeding, I don't think it's, it doesn't have to be in the next meeting, like we've got time for that. It's not, I would like a good report telling us what others are doing, and take your time.
Councillor McDonald, I have Councillor Paul.
Thanks. I think we can debate, I guess, the logistics of that when we actually do the motion. This is just a notice of motion for that. I also want to add to the wildlife one and have a separate to state a bylaw that says there are going to be no spill bird feeders.
Thank you. Are there any comments from staff, acting CEO?
We'll work with Councillor Ball on and Councillor McDonald then on the wording that will be presented at council and put out publicly on the agenda.
Thank you for that clarification. Are there any other notices of motion? Council Meredith.
I'm gonna put a notice of motion in. I'm not sure. I've already explained how I felt about our reports, our financial reports, when we're receiving income from you know, our income sources, our revenues. So more detailed reports and where the funds are coming from, how are they not how are they spent, but where are they allotted to. I think because we're not coming back until September, we're getting close to budget. So I'm not sure if just me speaking, you know, I'd like those reports, but I'd actually like a more detailed report on the revenues that are brought in from certain different sections of town. So and anything, whether it's bylaw, you know, revenue from fines, from parking revenues and the fines associated with the parking revenues, but scaled into areas, you know, in downtown, downtown marina, other boat launch area, just keeping track of those financial revenues. And therefore we can make sound decisions at budget time to see how we can improve them and actually see what kind of revenue we're making. So
how are you gonna type that one out?
it's just, you know what
I think Lindsay has an
the-
idea what you're looking
get
for,
the feel
but
of what I'm looking
it's
at.
not really working in the notice of motion category.
Yeah, so I just think if you clump it all revenues into one pot, it's just, you know, we're talking about running a business and you know, we have our planning department raising their fees and so forth, and we know how much we're bringing in and what staff time is allotted to for that, and we can actually see where we're at. We need to find out where these revenue sources, where we're gaining and where we're losing, and if we're having too much staff time in an area where we're losing, well, we got to do improvements on that. So if we're talking in the business realm, then we have to be better at that. And if we want, we need revenues. There's no use charging for revenues if you know, at the taxpayer's expense if we're doing poorly at it or we're not giving it 100%. So so I don't know how you want to word that. So, but you know where I'm coming from.
Counselor, maybe if I can make a suggestion, why
Thank
don't
you.
you take this offline? Have a conversation with the CFO about what it is you're looking for and whether or not that's something that can be produced with the existing press of a button and just doesn't form part of the layout that this particular thing was presented. I'm sure they have this tracking, but maybe this is something that we already get at budget time and there's no real change. But if there isn't, But rather than turning in, like, because this notice of motion is all over the map, really, I know where you're trying to go with it, but normally it's a succinct one liner or a couple if it really needs to be more granular. And that's not, like, that's not an actionable notice of motion for staff. Just to be fair to staff here, that's not really how we're supposed to do this, so. But Madam CFO is chomping at the bit here, so take it away. It's not even my part of the meeting. Sorry, Deputy Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarity. I'll have the CFO respond if she'd like to do that.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just on that, so we were planning to bring a report back to council to review the parking program, right? So you'll recall, I believe when we implemented the program last, I think it was September, I want to say, it was a pilot program that we said we're going to review it in a year once we have a full year's data. Right? Because again, my comment earlier, we haven't yet hit that sort of summer high to see what the true traffic is downtown, right? And so my commitment to you then would be, as part of that report, we would break down those revenues, I think, more detailed to what it is that you're looking for. So I think I can satisfy your needs that way.
Thank you for giving an explanation in response to that. Are you okay with that, Councillor Meredith?
Yep, I'm happy with that. And I just wanted to make sure I didn't leave it too late. And then, when it came in the fall, and then therefore I didn't see those type of numbers. And then we can improve upon it after we get those reports if there's something missing. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other notices of motion? Seeing none, we're going to move on to the next item, which is general announcements. Are there any announcements by council to share? Yes, Your Worship.
I've got a few to read, so I won't monopolize the mic, but I would like to pass my time over to Mr. Campbell, who I believe has an announcement to make during the announcement section.
Thank you, Your Worship. We have one of our long-term employees who's retiring the end of the month. Jerry Gagnon is one of our environmental technicians at the water wastewater plant. And Jerry's been with us for 21 years. He started in April of 2002. Most people see Jerry because he does our locates, our utility locates. So a lot of people see Jerry in his van running around painting, different colors paint when he is finding water lines and helping residents do some finding some water lines on their property once in a while. So I'd like to just express our gratitude for Jerry being a great employee over the last 21 years. And he's going into retirement with he's really enjoyed working here. As the comments he's given to us, he's learned a lot. He thinks the team is great. And wish him him and his family success in his retirement.
Thank you for that announcement, and congratulations to Mr. Gagnon for his retirement. Are there any other announcements? Councillor Ball.
I just wanted to thank the town for the 2 events that they put on. It was the Palooza and the Butter Tart Festival. I had a lot of comments about how great they both were, and even had one comment saying that it didn't even look like we had a Butter Tart Festival right after it because we cleaned up so well and so fast. So that I just wanted to shout out to the staff efforts on all of those.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Any other announcements? Yes, Councillor McDonald.
Thank you. I've been having fun being a counselor, and I'll just briefly touch on them. And if you wanted to ask me any questions, I'll be happy to not delay you anymore this evening. But I did it as alternate for Simcoe County counselor. I did tour the west end of the county, viewed a lot of forest, and it was a very interesting tour. I was glad I went on it. I did witness our mayor talking at Pizza and Politics to the young children. That was good. I went to the Waypoint report to the public. I went to the blessing of the gardens at Martyr's Shrine, which I learned more there. the Culture Alliance table in Penetang at the senior event. Very busy. I had a great tutor there, Michelle Paymont, coached me very well on how to boast about the Culture Alliance. And of course, the butter tart serving as clerk. And then a little Huronia Land Conservation Marshall Road Nature Preserve dedication, which I found interesting.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald, for that. Any other? Your worship?
Thanks. You can always count on me for a few. So butter tart too, bravo. I mean, that you guys nailed it. It was absolutely incredible. This is my first year ever judging butter tart. I can tell you after eating an eighth of, I don't know, it was like 20 butter tarts. If I don't have another one all year, that's too soon. So I really did enjoy it. I didn't buy any butter tarts. I could barely even look at them after that, but it was a great time and really nice to see new names, making the grand prize list. Well attended. People were in there sampling. Like the whole thing was great. The weather was perfect. I don't know how you pulled that off, but kudos to such a tiny but mighty team. And the night before, I was touring the town, talking to hotel owners. Like everything was packed, just jammed. So again, be awesome to do a 2-day festival. But anyway, this is a resounding success, and your team nailed it, and it was just fantastic. And kudos to all the volunteers. We couldn't have pulled it off without them, and it was great to see the councillors out and about too. We have another auspicious occasion coming up, and that is the rededication, the 10th anniversary of David Onley Park. So on June 20th, Tuesday, June 20th, the town of Midland is going to honor the memory of the late Honorable David C. Onley with the 10th anniversary commemoration of the dedication of the park or parkette downtown, located right at Midland Harbor. We've refreshed the sign because it was aging, and there's a new plaque coming. And of course, for those who aren't sure or don't know this, Mr. Onley was born in Midland, and the park was originally dedicated on June 12th, 2013 to celebrate his tireless work in the advancement of accessibility for all Ontarians. So on June 20th at 10:30 a.m., please join us at the David Onley Park sign. We actually may be shifted to the covered pavilion at the town dock, but you'll know there'll be people there. We'll be in one of those two places. The media is going to be there, all kinds of dignitaries, past councils, past mayors, the people that are involved in this initiative back in 2013, all invited, and our accessibility committee members back in the day too. So we can revive that committee. Their parking at the harbor is going to be free that day. Gotta love that, until 12:30 p.m. And so the public's invited, light refreshments will be served. So please join us. Now that competes. This is what happens when you get the calendars, and this is why it's nice to spread the wealth. The Cultural Alliance is also having a ceremony that same date and virtually the same time for Indigenous Peoples Day, which that is, at Tay Township Municipal Office, starting at 10 o'clock for their flag raising. And Patricia Meneg will lead the flag raising ceremony, and Deputy Mayor in Tay, Barry Norris, will provide the land acknowledgement. And they've of course invited any of us to attend. I've sent my regrets. I really would like to be there, but we've gone through all the labors of getting a hold of Mr. Onley's family, and they're coming up for the rededication. So I need to be there, but of course I can't clone myself. And that's why I have 8 awesome, able team members. So if any of you would like to attend in Tay, I'll happily pass on your regrets to the Onley family and just say that we got double booked. So that's in Tay. National Indigenous Peoples Day flag raising is happening at the town the next day, June 21st. It's a day for all Canadians to recognize and celebrate the unique heritage and diverse cultures and outstanding contributions of our First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people across Canada. The month of June, as you're aware, is also National Indigenous History Month, as well as being Pride Month and Seniors Month. It's a triple whammy. So the flag is being raised. It represents the flag of Canada and depicts the Mishomi's Wagwan. I'm probably killing that one. I didn't even practice it before the meeting. I should have. The grandfather peace pipe. And so that flag will be raised here at Town Hall on Wednesday, June 21st at 8 a.m. So please join us for that as well. So lots going on in the community, celebrating Pride, of course, and celebrating our seniors, who we wouldn't be here without, and our Indigenous, which, clearly wouldn't be here without either. So it's a big month, lots going on, and the town is eager to celebrate and invite anybody who'd like to attend to join us. There you go. There's my 3.
Just the translation when he said it was Meshomas, which is grandfather. Meshomas. Thank you. Are there any other further announcements? Seeing none. I do have now a motion to close the committee of the whole and to resume formal council session. This is moved by Councillor East, seconded by Councillor Meredith, that the committee of the whole rise and report. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, that's carried. Your worship, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Now, there's still what looks like a beast, but most of them are bylaws, but we do have one important motion to debate. Before we get into what I suspect will probably be about another half hour before we close this meeting down, do we need a 5-minute bio break? All right, so let's take 5. It's 10:52. Let's come back for 11 o'clock and nail this thing. Thanks for everybody's perseverance on this. Sorry, I was talking to myself. If you guys can lip read, we just passed the committee of the whole resolution. We did lose Councillor Bald. So now we're still a quorum, just there's one missing face in the TV land. All right, next we have motions for which notice was given. This is moved by Councillor Prost. I need a seconder to get it on the floor. Seconded by Councillor Ball. That council consider the implementation of a public comments and question period at the beginning of each, sorry, I'm making up my own words now. The council consider the implementation of a public comments and questions period at the beginning of every regular council meeting, and staff be directed to prepare a report for council with recommendations respecting the process for implementing this proposed amendment to the town's procedure bylaw 2022-2. Take it away, Councillor.
Okay, so this notice of motion is, I've talked to staff and they're going to come back with a report. But my thinking behind this, it's not necessarily, it can be questions, comments, concerns, anything that's related to that particular agenda on that night. It doesn't have to be beforehand or at the beginning of a council meeting. It can be, you know, just 15 minutes allotted somewhere in the council meeting is my thought. And most questions and answers or questions should really go through the clerk the same way that a deputation would, where they have all the information first and they're able to answer. So I guess really it would probably be more comments. Anyway, staff assured me that they're going to send back a report. They know more about this than I do. But I put this out there so that the public can attend meetings and speak and ask us questions. So I look forward to that report.
Thank you. Anybody else have any comments or questions about this? It has been successfully implemented in many jurisdictions, and it works typically when it's well moderated, when there's clear rules around what's appropriate to comment on. And when it doesn't devolve into some kind of Q&A that nobody has any clue what the person's going to ask, because no staff can't be expected to answer them any more than they can any of our weird questions we come up with sometimes. So I think the concept is great, having open mic night at Midland Council. It would make sense that it be right at the beginning of the meeting, because if we put it in the middle, maybe what they wanted to talk about, we already voted on. But I think it could be run if we just wrap it in the right parameters, and it doesn't sound like we're reinventing the wheel. We just need to look at how the procedure's been implemented successfully in other communities and take those learnings, and it comes back to us. And if we're so moved, so be it. Councillor East, where are you? Still there? Oh, there he is. Haven't heard you all night. I watched the sun go down on your background though. That was beautiful. Any comments or question, or we can simply call the question here? We're calling the question then. All those in favor? And opposed? And it is carried. And of course, there's no timeline for when that's coming back. So it won't be coming back in July. Just to be fair. Well, staff will, as like any of these things, we always, they'll do their best effort. If I was rubbing the crystal ball or staring in the tea leaves, I would think September. We'll probably see this come back. Because if they're making changes to the procedural policy, I think there's probably some other changes. I know Councillor McDonald's talked about some things that could potentially be changed in our procedural policy. It would make sense that we add that to the bucket list and go through those changes, and then, you know, January 1's a new year, and that's a good time to make changes to a policy as the beginning of the year. That may not be what we go with, but I'm just kind of winging it right now, and that kind of makes sense. Councillor McDonald?
Just clarification, would it be at that time we could consider the order of our agenda? It would have been nice to do the presentations at the beginning rather than yeah. I just thought.
Short
it would have
answer is
been nice.
yes, we can do, it's our procedure policy. We do what we want. However, in the past, what we've done, and I kind of did it tonight, but I did it a bit late, is we can reorder agenda items to deal with things where people are in the audience. We have that ability to, we're not bypassing our policy. We're just shuffling the deck. We probably should have done that given the magnitude of things tonight, and that was an oversight. I do appreciate the folks that did come staying. But I don't know that we need to change our policy on that one, because anytime you think we should be changing the order of something, just pipe in, and if we get consensus, we can rejig it. Yep, absolutely. But it's our policy, and to your point, I do think it deserves being cracked open, and let's look at some improvements to it. Okay. I have a long list of bylaws. And then we're just about done. We are done after that. So moved by Councillor McDonald, seconded by the elusive Councillor East. There he is. And I'll read this as the long stuff here. Bylaw 2023-34, amended bylaw 2005-51, being a bylaw to regulate the issuance of permits for the construction, demolition, alteration of buildings, plumbing and sewage systems, and to repeal bylaw 2021-25. Next, bylaw 2023-35, appointment of Jillian Forbes as intern building inspector. Welcome, Jillian. Next is a bylaw 2023-36, amend zoning bylaw 2004-90 as amended for the renewal of the holding H, or as we say, H symbol 219 Queen Street. Bylaw 2023-37, appointment of Alice Liu as deputy treasurer and repeal bylaw 2017-5. Welcome, Alice, and congratulations on your appointment as deputy treasurer. Bylaw 2023-38, amend bylaw 2023-8, being a bylaw to establish and approve the fees and charges for the town of Midland, stemming from our conversations tonight. Bylaw 2023-40, remove part lot control of block 23 within registered plan subdivision 51M to be determined. I think we're still calling it block 23, even though it's block 27 now. It's got identity crisis, but we know what we're removing. Fantastic. Bylaw 2023-41, rezone lands described as taken session 1 north part lot 106, being municipally known as 311 2nd Street. Bylaw 2023-42, repeal bylaw 78-67, and bylaw 2023-43, authorize the stop up, close, and sale of parts of 3rd Street and Montreal Street, more practically described as part XX. As set out in the proposed R plan in the town of Midland in the county of Simcoe. Those X's will be replaced with valid number. All those in favor of these bylaws? Did I miss some? Oh, there are two. You know what? I'm sorry. You're right. I didn't go to page 2 this. Bylaw 2023-44, authorize the sale of municipally owned lands legally described as Plan 306, Part Lot 1 to 4, Part Lot A, Part Lane in the town of Midland, known municipally as 526 Bay Street. Bylaw 2023-45, authorize the sale of municipal owned lands legally described as Concession 3 Tay, Part Lot 20, RP 51R 25728, Parts 1 and 2 in the town of Midland, known municipally as 415 William Street. It's a lot easier to send Christmas cards to, isn't it? All right, be passed and enacted. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. Next, moved by Councillor Merida, seconded by Councillor Ball, that bylaw 2023-47 being a bylaw to adopt the proceedings of the regular council meeting with closed session held June 14th, 2023 be passed and enacted. All those in favor? Carried. And the motion of the night, moved by Councillor Pro, seconded by Councillor McDonald, that this regular meeting of council with closed session, I would say in a regular meeting of council with closed session, adjourn at 11:13 PM. All those in favor? Thank you very much, council, and we will see you again at some time in July for our next special meeting. That's a wrap.